Ah, came prepared. Yeah, for call meeting to order, I think. Okay.
Yeah, I told security vendor to leave. I have another one here and then one guy called me into the production folder. You told him to leave. Yeah, because it's so big.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Sorry, there.
That's fine, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Mike, you're okay talking to the room mic? We're okay talking to the room mic, cause we have one more and,
I'm good here.
okay, cause, like Angel's talking over here, like they're not gonna hear anything unless they're either into one of those or like pretty close to this, so. Just make sure you're on the anything up, anytime.
Oh, yeah, we were gonna share this.
Perfect, right.
I'm okay.
Sorry, I was letting the other guy smile in. Sure, no, I'm just.
Well, I put my lap. Forgot that. Well, the screen is on.
I'm ready to enter.
Okay. One more.
It's been great. Well, the first one is 51.
Okay, it is 6:12 PM. All right, it is 6:12 PM. Of 6:13, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. We are going to have a really difficult time hearing for the course of the, right, that's what I'm trying to, we're gonna have a very difficult time. This is a very large room. It echoes a lot. And if we're not speaking right into one of these microphones, people in the back are gonna have a very difficult time hearing anything of what's going on. So I will ask if you're in the room here, please respect the proceedings that we're trying to complete and keep any conversation to yourself. If you need to step outside to take a phone call, please do that. We would like as close to silence in here as possible, so everyone has a shot of hearing us. We're not needing to repeat ourselves because we have a loaded agenda even after we have taken the shade session off the table. Still can't hear me. Okay. Is this any better? Okay. We will do our best to not have feedback. All right. Let's get started. It is 6:14. I would like to call to order this meeting of the Harmony Community Development District. Start with roll call. Supervisor Lucas.
Here.
Supervisor Brittany.
Here.
Supervisor Joe.
Here.
Here.
And Supervisor Julie.
Here.
Okay, we have a full board. Supervisor Lee, Dan, we're all here.
Dan, is there a passcode to the,
Yes, the passcode is the same as the meeting ID. Just put the same number in again, and that's how people Zoom. Okay, yes, yeah, just shoot a hand up if there's any point that you're not hearing whatever's talking. We do have a room microphone here that we can pass that around if we absolutely have to. We'll do our best. Again, we appreciate everyone's cooperation in keeping the room as quiet as possible. The first thing we had was an adoption of the agenda, but we already have a change to that agenda. We removed the shade session, which would be a discussion of possible security spending by the board that by requirement, all the public would be removed from. We'd have to ask every single one of you to leave the building for however long that takes. And same with everyone on Zoom. So out of respect to everyone's time that is coming to show up tonight, we are postponing that to our next month's meeting. So are there any other changes that we need to adopt the agenda? Okay.
Just that one.
What was
Just
that?
that one.
Okay, so that was it. So since we're not doing that, we have, don't have any changes to the agenda that we need to adopt. So the next item will be audience comments. Understand there's a lot of you here. What we, this is not a time for us to have like a back and forth conversation. We do ask you to keep it to 3 minutes to speak to any agenda item that is set for the meeting tonight or other concerns you have with the business of the CDD. We have a seat up here. We will ask you to come and have a seat, state your name and address for the record, and then have your 3 minutes to address the board. And I will now open up the floor for audience comments. Yeah, sorry, you're right. You had your hand up first.
Lady, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
back to everyone?
No.
Technically.
Oh, yeah. Technically, yeah.
Really? Okay. So where do I speak at? Right here?
Yeah,
Y'all hear me?
yeah, it's the microphone right there. So yeah,
Okay.
just yep.
My name is Terry Hurt, H-U-R-T. Live at 6846 Butterfly Drive. And I've been a resident for 4.5 years. And I'm here to speak about our community pool. I don't know what's on the agenda because I don't have one of those papers. But I am here to speak about our community pool. Myself, as well as everyone in this room, pays high CDD fees plus operation maintenance fees. And I'm swimming in my pool the other day and I've got pictures. You've got leaks going on in the pool. There's no smell of chlorine in it. It was cloudy. There's mold on the pool. There's green slime in the pool. There's broken furniture. Tables are disgusting. The cleanliness of the area of the community pool right over there is disgusting. When I first came here, the first 3 years, that pool was immaculate. There was a gentleman that always took care of it, and it was, you could smell the bleach when you walked in. You knew it was clean. The inside of the pool was beautiful, and you knew that it was being taken care of. Someone has failed all of us and is letting us swim in this disgusting pool. And that's our out for the summer now. Broken umbrellas, I guess they were, but they're gone now. There's 4 tables that sit in the bright open sun. They always had umbrellas last summer, they did. There's none there. So can we get those replaced? Can we show some attention and love to our pool? I mean, if it takes a week to close it down before summer's really officially kicks out, which is actually this weekend, but if it just took a few days for someone just to clean it up and repair it and fix it. And then the other things I have is trees in our community. Why is it shoved on the homeowner to trim up a tree that people before us that moved here put that tree there between our sidewalks and our curb? And now you say, well, you got a tree that's right between the middle of this property and this property, and it overhangs the roadway. So this person takes care of his third, I take care of my third, and you guys are gonna take care of your half or third? How does that work? Cause I just had my trees totally trimmed up. The whole tree. I didn't care if you guys came by and saw it or not, but it's hurricane season starting Monday. It's time to trim it up, and the last couple years, you haven't really done anything there. And then, why is it also our responsibility to keep sidewalks clean? Other people other than myself, which I barely do, walk on it, spit on it, throw drinks on it. Cause I live right by the community school. So why is it my responsibility to keep your sidewalk clean? It's a good question. I mean, I do it, but technically it's a public sidewalk. Am I not wrong? It's a public sidewalk. Like, speak
I
up.
will try and keep the mic on as much as possible. Thank you.
Okay.
Uh,
How come you don't have nameplates?
that's,
Cause I've been on a
Right.
CDD board before and we had nameplates.
okay, hey, that's something we can consider, but again, out of respect for everyone's time, we'll try and,
Thank you for
not.
listening.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. Next, for resident, audience comments. Brendan, you the next? It's for benefit of, there's some people back there.
Sure, okay. I can talk loud. Ugh. My name is Brendan McGovern, live at 3341 Schoolhouse Road. I've been in Harmony for just about 6 years. Now, normally I speak from the hip, but actually today I wrote kind of a speech. We gathered today not just as concerned individuals, but as a community that demands responsibility, transparency, and action. We put our trust in our vendor, Infomark, and you guys, the CDD board, to honor their agreements with them, with you guys, and you guys with us. To maintain our shared spaces and above all, to prioritize the safety within our community. Yet time and again, we find our concerns ignored, our requests dismissed, and the standards we expect blatantly disregarded. Board members' requests, one person on here who's been new to the board, constantly gets ignored by you and your team. Reasonable, necessary, and well within our contractual rights to discuss with you have been pushed aside without explanation. Safety concerns. It's mentioned about the pool. There's mold in it. Do you even know what kind of mold it is? No. You look around the town square. Everything is falling apart around the town square. There's a pool of water right outside this place. Now, no one really, I know you can say it's the owner of the building, but someone still needs to address it. Leaving it because it's not our property doesn't mean it's not going to be a safety hazard. It is a safety hazard. There's a bunch of water in there. Some kid could fall into it and drown. Necessary risk. Meanwhile, essential maintenance from the pool care to the painting of structures has fallen by the wayside, leaving our community looking neglected completely. And now, I don't say now, we were asked to help with your guys' inefficiency on handling our requests as a community, mainly pool cards and other items. You wanted us to spend additional money for an application to help you guys get more efficient in doing your job that you contractually agreed to do with us. And you were going to charge us more money. I don't think that's the right way to go. It's not the partnership we agreed upon when we signed with Infomark. It's not the commitment we were promised, and it's certainly not what we deserve. Today, we demand accountability from you guys. We demand that you guys do what you were hired to do, honor the contract that you were given, or please let us find somebody else who actually do the work here, or go back to in-house, which is what we used to have before. Ownership of this community is not just by the owners, but by the people who work here. People who come here every day, from the Mexican restaurant across the street to the little bistro right over here. They all take ownership and pride of what they do in this town. I don't think Infomark does at all. And as far as the board members go, I know there's a couple of board members on here who actually do a great job and are trying, even though they're brand new. Brittany has put her neck out there constantly to address things within this community, and to have other board members shooting her down and insulting her or going after her. regardless of what the real rumor or truth is behind it, I think you guys should work together a little bit more instead of fighting with amongst each other, or actually do something besides just being quiet on the board and agreeing to say yes to everything that happens to come by. That's my two pieces.
Thank you.
And you can stop by my house anytime you want. I have a list.
Additional audience comments, this is, Carol. Yeah, first.
Good evening. Carol Castle, 3323 Schoolhouse Road, here in Harmony. I've lived here for almost 21 years now. So I know there's been a lot of talk on Facebook about Infomark's performance. I just wonder how much has been documented and how much has been done in terms of looking for alternatives and finding out what other CDDs are doing and how the other management companies are performing. Goodness knows that in my 16 years on the CDD board, especially in the last few, if you attended any meetings, you knew that I was not happy with Infomark's performance. But that doesn't mean we throw the baby out with the bathwater. It means we need to be prepared if we're going to move forward. So haven't heard anything about that from anybody on the board. And I'm interested in finding out more. Thank you.
Mary Jane, next.
Mary Jane Sleds, 3181 Songbird Circle, and I usually just tell what I want to say, but I wanted to make sure I hit all my points. As a resident, I'm deeply concerned by what is happening with our CDD. I have lived here 3 years and have seen a massive decline in what we bought into when we came here. There is no follow-up or accountability, and every year you ask for more money. The management company was to write to a property owner behind East Lake to secure the gate. Whatever happened, never heard, still wide open, and summer's upon us, and the people in the 55+ lakes were concerned for our safety because of what happened last year. The project board was to be established. 2 boards have passed, 3 management company district managers later, and we still don't have a project board. No one's tracking projects, they all get forgotten. Parking enforcement on 5 Oaks. Yesterday morning, I drove down at 10 a.m., 14 vehicles in the bike lane. Twice this month, kids were almost killed because they could not ride in the bike lane. They had to go in the middle of the street. Code enforcement officer told me the CDD and the HOAs can come together and they can get signs. It has happened in other communities, but we don't do anything. We need to open the lot or force them out and hold them to park like everybody else 3 years ago was told to do. They had to go to Rocket Lockers and get their stuff out. Number 4, CDD meetings should never be canceled. 5, speeding on 5 Oaks. What's being done? Today, a guy was going so fast that I was following him and he was already to the lakes in 2 seconds. The app, whatever happened? Is it a dead issue? Is anything gonna could be talked about? Or is it just going by the wayside like all the other stuff? The app, the application that we are looking at? The board is responsible to be aware of all that is affecting our community and not after the fact. New development, educating the community on what is to come and how it will affect us. Board should be the eyes and ears of our community. We elected you to do this. In regards to the budget, we should be addressing basic needs first. Things happen each year, just like your home. When you plan your budget for the year, you take care of repairs and maintenance. What happens with the pool maintenance? Got to make sure we can cover the chemicals, make sure we get the patio furniture, the lakes treatment and the care. The lakes are the worst I've ever seen them in terms of the algae, the growths. It's disgusting. The sidewalks should be evaluated twice a year. There is no plan for that. In my opinion, there are people who care on this board, but honestly, I've been in management for 40 years and the management company has not helped this community.
Joel, open, Barbara first.
Barbara Finazzo from South Lakes. I just have four topics that kind of fit into what you all heard from everybody else. There are four specific examples of things that I don't think have gotten done. And you've all heard them before from me. The sidewalks from the square down to North Lake are still not clean. I asked to have this done in November. You clean one side of the street and you haven't come back. Every morning I walk my dog on a bunch of mold. I can tell you every color there is. When it's wet, it's slippery. Do we have to wait for me to fall before we get it clean? The easements in South Lakes are horrible, Dan, as you well know. 3 years ago, we pointed out one area where the builder, then it was Lennar, left all their construction debris on the land that's owned by the CDD. Nick tried to seed it again this year. Nothing grows through cement. It needs to be done properly. I have pictures if you guys want me to send them to you of what they look like, but there are many easements like that. So all the efforts that the landscaping company's doing to put new seed down goes to naught because it's got no foundation. Jones is still building homes both in East Lake and North Lake. Do you guys have a process for how you close out with a builder? Who comes and inspects the CDD property to ensure that it's maintained? The HOAs do it. What about the CDD? I don't expect all our money to have to go and correct things that were done, but you should be aware there needs to be a process. People put pools in. Do they coordinate the HOA approval with the CDD oversight? They go on your property, they rip up the grass. I've got an example in South Lakes right now where an owner put in a pool, all of the CDD grass was ripped up. So where's that process? Who does that? It should be done by the management company, and it's not being done. The ponds in the lakes. Mary Jane touched upon it. I will send you guys tomorrow a picture of the pond behind my house when I moved in 2017 and what it looks like now, and it is horrible. And I'm concerned about the issue with the potential for flooding because the pipes are going to get clogged. In January, we had an inspection by the district engineer who said that we should have Infomark and United clean up the areas around the lakes, ponds. United did a great job of cleaning up the land, but the water pot is horrible. They spray stuff on it, it dies, and then they do nothing with it. You can't have brown debris all over the place. And then my last item is for Nick. He tried to do flowering around the north of the circle down at North Lakes. The deer ate a good number of the plants. They're not going to come back. They need to be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're working our way through. So Marilyn first. Yeah.
My name is Marilyn Ashmore and I live at 6852 Butterfly Drive.
Make sure your paper is on the microphone there.
Okay.
All right.
And I'm here speaking as treasurer of the community garden. First of all, I'd like to thank this board for our beautiful new shed. It's finally installed and we will be moving our tools to the new shed this weekend. As treasurer, I have a question about why it takes 4 months for checks to be cashed. When I collect the dues in October, I never give cash. I always give a check, but it takes 4 months for that to be cashed. I also submit invoices for garden purchases. I've submitted 2 this year. One was paid promptly in December. The second one was submitted in January for $82. I received a check for 102, which was the invoice for the first invoice, the check for the first invoice, same amount. So I returned it, huh?
Watch your papers, please speak into the mic.
I returned it to the finance department with a letter and backup. I then gave the same information to Howard Neal, And I spoke to Joseph in March and he brushed me off again, but in April, he emailed me to submit it again. I sent a file, he couldn't open it, so I cut and pasted in an email. Still had no success in opening. So the end of April, Joseph picked up a hard copy at my home. I'm still waiting for the check. My big concern is, though, if a little as $82 can't be paid in a reasonable time, how are the thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars being handled? So good news is the new contact person for the garden now is Dan Heck. Dan has offered to replace me. So I hope you will support him as the new Harmony Community Garden. Actually, our garden is the envy of many communities around, Celebration, Twin Lakes, and other communities, St. Cloud and so on. So, thank you.
So thank you for your many years of service. Thank you.
Good evening. Linda Allington, 6834 Sundrop Street, Harmony. I'm here regarding the sidewalks. I have a young man, my grandson, that lives with me, and he was out walking to the dog park. He was not walking our dog, so no one was pulling him. He was not in any way distracted. He tripped on the sidewalk and fell, getting quite an abrasion to his leg. This young man has had a hemorrhagic stroke and has right side weakness. And had he hit his head, I'm afraid the outcome would not have been as non-serious as it was. I have finally gotten him to go outside and enjoy his new tricycle because he can't balance on a regular bike. It's an e-bike. I have gotten him to go out and walk. I have gotten him to go to the pool, but now when he goes out, he gets injured. I understand they're working on the sidewalks, but had they been kept up, there wouldn't be this huge backlog of sidewalks that need repair. And if it means we have to cut down the trees, take out the roots, repave the sidewalk in order for this community to be safe for people with disabilities, people who use walkers and wheelchairs, then that's what we have to do. And I have, because if he gets hurt and he hits his head, I will be back and I won't be so pleasant. Because I've already spent 3 weeks in ICU with him 2 years ago. And he just graduated from high school and he's on his way in life, but I don't want him injured again. Secondly, if we're going to, this deals with the pool. If we're going to have rules, someone needs to enforce them. There are rules at the pool that nobody pays any attention to. And I understand people like alcohol at the pool. I do just as well as any others. But the sign on the pool says no alcohol. If you're not going to enforce the rule and have somebody checking it periodically, then don't have the rule. Rules are no good unless you enforce them. Because people that go to the pool aren't going to tell their neighbors not to drink. Also, I was up there not too long ago and there was a dog in the pool. Someone brought their new puppy, had it in their lap, had it swimming in the pool. There's no one there to enforce it. Children, as well as adults, eat in the pool. You find goldfish, you find sucker sticks, you find all kinds of things in the pool. That is also a rule. If you aren't going to enforce the rule, don't make it. And it's not my job when I'm up there to tell other citizens what the rules are. We used to have someone that went through there a couple of times in the afternoon during the week and also on the weekends that would check IDs and send people home that were under 16 that did not have a parent there. There's a lot of that up there. Someone's going to drown because they're up there unsupervised. There is someone in Harmony West that does that. They're paid to monitor the pool. So I think if we're gonna have rules, we need to enforce them. I'm tired of seeing people lift their kids over the fence to unlock the gate. And they do it regularly. As well as teenagers climbing over the gate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Allington. Yep.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Fuentes. I'm from 7450 Oak Mark Road. That's in South Lakes. I do agree with the majority of all the comments that were made today, but in addition to them, I did have a few specific issues. I was visiting with a neighbor who lives in North Lake today, and she was very much concerned about the fact that the CDD has not been able to keep up with all the maintenance of the grass just outside their gate. It's really a hot mess over there on both sides of the gate. You can't even see the words that say North Lake. And from what I understood today that the CDD is not even responsible for taking care of North Lake. So I don't understand where that came from. I also walk often around Enclave, and the weeds in those lakes are about 9 feet tall. And it seems as though no one's caring for those either. And I heard as well that the CDD does not take care of Enclave either. So I'm not sure of whose responsibility it is to maintain these lakes and these areas in front of all these communities that are part of Harmony. The second issue, which is very important, is still the continued issue with the trailers and the campers. If you drive east of the square, you will see dozens of trailers. And now there's even a huge camper that's parked there for several weeks, and they just move it around. So it looks as though it's not there. I did speak to code enforcement. I did have a case number. And then one of the case officers called me and said that they're not responsible for any of that and they can't do anything for that, that we would all have to contact the sheriff's office. So I'm suggesting that possibly the CDD as well as the residents should be writing letters to the sheriff's office to do something about it, because now it's turning into a huge parking lot, and to the extent that we have campers parking there permanently. And that's definitely a huge issue. The easements are an issue still with especially because of the grass in our lakes, South Lake, East Lake, North Lake, and I'm including Enclave, even though it's not one of the 55 pluses. The weeds are huge, and I know that was an issue that was discussed months ago, and it was supposedly approved to be taken care of, and it doesn't seem to be taken care of. And I did have one other issue, which is more in reference to the length of these meetings. Obviously, you have no control over them, but I'm thinking that the March meeting, which was the last one I attended, I was here for over 2 hours and weren't even halfway through the meeting. So I'm thinking that something has to be done so that residents will come and have this meeting move along when things are just dragging along, because we can't be here for 3 hours. And as residents, we should be involved, but no one can really be here for that many hours. That's it. Thank you.
I didn't forget that we had a actual resident fill out the form for a speaker request, Teresa Kramer.
I think many of you know me and probably understand why I know to fill out the form. Hi, my name is Teresa Kramer. I live at 6919 Cupseed Lane. And I wanted to address an issue that, as I left the board about 1.5 years ago or so, and again, after I left the board, I spoke to each or most of the board members about And I came here today, I knew it was a hot topic at this meeting, and I wanted to bring a little history. And that is the management company that's here with Harmony. The management company we have right now is an offshoot of the one that we originally started with, which was a single individual at the beginning of the CDDs. That then went into Severn Trent, and then Infomark bought Severn Trent. They did just our management of our money and meetings and things of that sort for the longest time. And many times our attorney would recommend, strongly recommend, if not insist, that we look to put the field services within the management company. Several years ago, that was done. In the times that I was on this board, I must say that I was very frustrated with and never really satisfied, not just with field services, but with the management company as a whole. Especially the last two budgets that I was involved with. It was frustrating because dates were missed, communities weren't included, which should have been caught, even though the county forgot to include them. Should have been caught before it caused us problems. The budget today, I looked at it. There's the monies that have been spent are not assigned to proper line items. You can't tell me that our community did not spend any money on fuel and oil or vehicle maintenance or many of the other line items that read zero right now. This just doesn't make sense. You board members cannot put a budget together with what you've got in front of you. I expected professional management from this company. They promised me time tracking for different tasks that our employees would be doing, so we could analyze what is it costing us to maintain our pool? What is it costing us to have doggy bags at every corner and trash cans in many locations? What are all these costs? You can't run a community without truly knowing the cost of these things to the community so that you can analyze, is it better to do it in-house or go out for contract? They promised us expertise in training, safety practices, maintenance logs, more professional procurement. We were supposed to have verbatim minutes. I know that's gone by the wayside. Transparent accounting that we could easily understand. I'll bet no one on here truly understands what you see every month in your accounting. Can you say that you know what came in and what went out, truly what went out and what came in? A lot of the money that's supposed to be coming in, you can never see. I'm just hoping it's coming. So I just think it's time that Harmony look at different options. Now, maybe Infomark is the best options out there. I can't tell you right now, but I would encourage you all not to have Infomark do it, but you as a board come together as a working group, review the management companies that are out there, analyze them, then request proposals, look at them, not just who they ask you to call, but truly look into those companies and see and find a right fit for Harmony. Because what we have right now, and even what we had before, is not it. And you 5 individuals are responsible for what happened. I would also recommend that you, in doing this, if you decide to go with another company, you do a quasi-forensic accounting so you know exactly what monies are where, and what monies are being turned over so that there is no confusion between the two. It's something you need to look at too. You are each individually responsible for the physical well-being of this community. And it can be laid at your footstep, at your feet, if something goes horribly wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, so, anyone with the cafe here, is there any way to turn these, additional lights on above us?
I'll find out.
Gonna look into that. Meanwhile, do we have any other, audience comments up, over here?
Hello, my name is Tara. I'm at 322 Bayflower Avenue. So I,
What's the last name, please?
Tara Holst.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I have a couple of concerns.
Please, yeah, please speak up right into the mic, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So my first being the condition of the sidewalks. I have two young children and it's like a freaking roller coaster trying to walk them through the neighborhood. They're just jostled around, and when it rains, there's a lot of dips in the sidewalk where water is accumulating with mold and it gets slippery. So that's number one. Number two, I know it's been rectified now, but getting there for the mulch on the playgrounds was ridiculous. I mean, sorry, I'm also like kind of nervous. So I think residents having to go online and beg for people to like take action and like actually do things for the neighborhood is ridiculous. Everybody pays a lot of money to live here, and people shouldn't have to go online and say that, like, the CDD should know that the playgrounds need to be mulched and just do it without anybody having to say anything. So I think that's really my biggest problem, is that there's a lot of inaction. People are paying a lot of money to live here, and they're still having to go online and complain and just, again, beg for people to do things. And really the only person I've seen online personally that's, I'm not familiar with everybody on the board, but I'm most familiar with Brittany just from seeing how often she's talking and actually working with people that live here to resolve problems. So I think that's really great. But yeah, we should know everybody. So
I don't do things like
that's fair. But that's really all I had. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Line up.
My name's Lenai Cacaveo, and I have a loud voice, so you probably can hear me. I live at 3440 Sagebrush Street in South Lakes. And I'm not going to repeat a lot of what was said, but I agree with everything that was said by our other South Lakes members. What I do want to talk about is I might have a different opinion about the pools because I'm at them every morning. I'm up at the main pool from 9 to 11 at least with a group of our girls. We do water aerobics, and we use the Ashley Park pool when this pool isn't available. So I have some experience with who's there and who's cleaning. And I can tell you that Brad is there every morning. He is diligent about cleaning what he can. What we don't have is anybody there on the weekends. And that's where we have the majority of our people at the pools is on the weekends. And the pool actually had to be closed the day after Memorial Day because it was left so filthy by our own residents. There was food in the pool. There was garbage all over. There were broken beer bottles in the pool area. And obviously he wasn't going to allow us to go in the pool. So we went to the other pool, which brought me to the second point that we noticed every time we walked there. The doggy station is right at the pool entrance. Instead of being out on the street where people would be walking their dogs along the sidewalks, it's at the pool entrance. And it stinks when you're walking into that pool. I'm asking, please move that to a more convenient spot for people that are walking their dogs. They're usually not walking into the pool. or they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Lastly, I know a lot gets said on Facebook. These folks don't have to do anything with Facebook. If you have something to say to the CDD board, you could say it on Facebook, but it's more likely that if you use their emails, you're gonna get a response from them, which I have when I've emailed you folks. So please, don't think Facebook is your answer when you have a complaint or a concern. And that's all I have.
All right, looking for additional audience comments here. Oh, yep. We'll get to Zoom too, don't worry.
It's very weird. Okay. Oh, thank you. Always appreciate a fashion compliment. My name is Brittany Rindell. I live at 7130 Indian Grass Road. I'm not going to talk to the sidewalk safety issue because that's already been brought up multiple times, so I won't beat a dead horse. Seems like that's a consensus among the community, and I know it's on the agenda. I do want to bring up the moldiness of the sidewalks, though, as someone who does appreciate our beautiful community and walks in it every single day and walks all different paths. The last time I was here, I was told there's 22 miles. Well, that's wonderful, but you can't use the excuse there's 22 miles of sidewalk every single month indefinitely. I have never seen even a single person, literally ever. And when I say walk every day, I walk morning, afternoon, and evening by the time it's dark, and I walk all different routes. I truly, like, I'm looking for them. I haven't seen a single worker. So I'm just concerned that something you guys have probably approved, right? And we're paying for, nobody's actually doing anything. I don't actually ever see anyone working. And the only person my boyfriend's ever seen is somebody playing on their phone under the tree on a four-wheeler. And so I don't know what we can do about oversight there, but we're paying a lot of money and it doesn't seem like we're seeing a return on the work that we're already paid for to be happen, which I'm sure is, you know, frustration that can be shared by a lot of people. The other comment I wanted to make was on the parking situation in the bike lane in front of the park. I know this has come up. I get it. You guys are going to tell me, hey, it's a county-owned road. I get that. But to the comment the other homeowner made, if we can come together with the HOA and at least put a sign up or something, it's really stupid to park in the bike lane. It's also outright dangerous because they're parking right in front of the roundabout there between Catbrier and right before you get to Indian Grass. So when you come around there, you're literally going right into a car. So it's actually a safety concern. So it's not just like, oh, I'm annoyed, this is in my way. No, it's an actual safety concern. And it's a bit maddening when literally 5 steps across the street is an empty spot. And you're going to the park to work out or play basketball or something like that. That's all for now. There's a lot of other things that other people have mentioned. Appreciate you hearing me and taking notes. Thank you.
Next. You wanted to comment, say next to her or, okay, back there.
My name is Pat Yates. I live at 7003 Beargrass Road. I know that we've talked a lot about the pool. I kind of have a different take on what is going on, I think is a problem at the pool. I don't go, I'm sorry. I don't go there a whole lot, not nearly as much as I would like to. My son is old enough to go by himself and he does. I have not personally seen a lot of mold and mildew. I'm not saying there's not any, but I haven't seen a lot of it. What I do know, though, is there's a problem with the chemicals. And I think that may be leading to the problems that the other people are seeing. The reason that I know that is we've had to do an urgent care appointment for my son because the chemicals in the pool have basically burnt his eyes to the point that he had to do ice baths with his eyes. And it's happened more than once. After the first time, of course, we knew how to take care of it. We didn't have to deal with it anymore in the urgent care. But I do feel like the chemicals are more the issue than someone not attempting to clean it. So I know it's been talked about a lot. I just wanted to kind of give a different side to it as to what may be the problem.
Thank you. All right, in the room here, do we have any other audience comments? Oh, yep, come on up.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Donald Alenti. I live at 3393 Sagebrush Street. I'm here to complain about the area to the east of my home, which has been complained about before. We need some landscaping there. This has been going on since we bought the house, which is, I think, 2019, if I'm not mistaken. And it's an embarrassment. It needs to be fixed. I don't need to brag about where I live, but I don't want to be ashamed about it either. It's not a lot of money to fix this. It's a couple of pallets of sod. Pallet of sod is $240. It measures it's 4 cubic feet and it's rolled up. So how much do you have to buy? Not much. 3393. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Yep. Sure, come on up. Yep.
Nancy Snyder, 7023 Five Oaks Drive. I've been here for 21 years and started out on the board, by the way. I'd like to know what the rules are now for sidewalks and for trees. I pay for both. I pay to have my sidewalk done when it gets whatever, and I pay to have my trees cut. At one point, I know several years ago, they went around and trimmed the trees. Somehow mine never got done. But I wanted to protect my roof. The other thing is for sidewalks, I hear people complaining about mold. Well, if it's in front of your house, as far as I know, that's your responsibility. Between the sidewalk and the house, no, the homeowner, I thought, was supposed to take care of the trees on their side and Harmony takes care of the other side. But that changes back and forth from what I can remember. Although I'm old and 22 years, there's a lot of changes. But, so maybe everybody should know, are they covered or are they not covered? And that's about it.
All right, do one last check. Anyone for audience comments here in person? Yep, yep.
You do a question?
Okay, so I'll say real quick. Yeah, we've had a lot of things brought up. Some of the things that have brought up, as mentioned, are on the agenda for discussion later on. So we'll certainly bring those things up and discuss them at that point. We have, and this is toward the end of the meeting, we have a supervisor comments where we can, it doesn't have to be on the agenda. It can be any other things that we want to bring up. Otherwise, the best way to engage with us is to all our email addresses are posted on there. We can have more of a one-on-one conversation, answer specific questions, and the meetings here are for when we need to be making decisions on policies and spending.
Nobody responded to me.
Okay, can you come up and yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
My name's Jose. I live on 3309 Catbrier Trail.
Can you get your last name too?
Ruiz. So, I mean, it's just a question because I've shot an email. I know you've probably seen my email, Renee, and think the maintenance department. So my question is, it was in regards to the trees and the grass in front of the property by the sidewalk. I know when I added you to the email, right away, somebody showed up and trimmed the trees. So thank you for that. But I haven't got a response in regards to the sprinklers. The sprinklers haven't ran for years, so it's completely destroyed my sod in the front yard. So what I actually did is I ended up changing the sprinkler heads on my side, of the property where the sprinklers are, to try to feed water that side. So I've got like a half a lawn growing towards the street. Yeah, so I want to see, how I address that.
All right. Thank you. I will, took your information down. And yeah, in general, yeah, if you feel that you haven't had your questions responded, if you haven't had your questions answered, this is the place to bring those concerns. So thank you. We'll make sure take action on that. Have another one.
Good evening. Richard Mason, 7154 Five Oaks Drive. Just a previous comment made me want to bring to your attention as far as I remembered several months ago, Toho Water throttled our water pressure so they could feed all the different communities, and a lot of landscaping died. And part of my concern, tree trimming is one, definitely with hurricane season coming up. At the corner of Sebastian Bridge and Five Oaks, there is a hedge, or was a hedge, that is or was covering a large sprinkler pipe system that is part of the distribution for the community. That hedge is dead because of the throttling of the water. It has not come back. It's got one sprig on one branch that's about the size of my hand. The rest of it has been dead for 7 months. Can we either remove it or replace it with something that's properly going to cover up the sprinkler pipes? Sebastian Bridge and Five Oaks. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mason.
Thank you.
All right. Any additional audience comments here in the room? Come on up. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Naomi Garcelia, 3108 Oxbow Court. I just wanted to know who do we speak to again about the enclave debris and the 9-foot debris that we have going around the lakes right there. I noticed that when the landscapers are cleaning up and doing they're blowing everything into the lakes, and I feel like it's kind of getting caught up into the 9-foot bushes that we've got growing in there. So I just want to know, who do we address for that? Here?
I will say real quick, I believe north, for most of the lakes communities, there are separate HOAs for some of those, right? And for the right, yeah, I understand it. It's not universal. There absolutely are some properties that the CDD owns, but there are also some that the individual HOAs own. So the answer is it's complicated, but the county has a website that you can check for that. But also, again, email us and one-on-one.
Send pictures and stuff, because
Yes.
they're blowing everything in. It's starting to just pile up, and it's just looking a little rough. So that's my only thing. Okay. 3108 Oxbow Court.
I'll look it up on the website too and see if I can figure that out.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any comments on any from any Zoom participants? If you do, just go ahead and unmute yourself and have 3 minutes. Okay, hearing none from Zoom, and last call, anyone else in the room here? All right. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. We really do. We need to hear this feedback. We appreciate that. And thank you, everyone, for taking the time out of your schedules to come here and address us. Next on the agenda, and again, a lot of these things are on the agenda for discussion. We will bring them up as we need to. And if not, we have supervisor comments toward the end. Next on the agenda is business items. We have some pool furniture.
Yep. So I would, Tim, if you can come forward. Tim is a representative from Schwartz Inc. He is the person who's going to speak about the specifications for the pool furniture and the proposal that he has presented on the agenda.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Tim is from Schwartz Inc. He is the representative who will be speaking about the pool furniture and specifications of the proposals on the agenda.
Good evening. My name is Timothy Hill. I live at 2630 University Acres Drive in Orlando, but I represent Swartz Associates, who covers all of Florida, but we're based in Naples. So I have presented proposals once contacted about the pool furniture, and I hope y'all have had a chance to look at the different proposals. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. I do have some additional information. Mostly, as you understand, in this day and age too, our manufacturers and vendors don't send us out a lot of hard material anymore. So they always expect us to go to, and you're not immune, neither am I, but I did bring some catalogs with additional information too, particularly on the frog furnishings. What I'd like to do is stick to your agenda. So if you would like to go item by item, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. If you have any comments or you need clarification, I'd be more than happy to either answer tonight or get back to you as quickly as I can. So with that, we can start with the Kirby side chairs. You've seen the information, and I want to explain the reason why we couldn't go with either Kirby or Frog is particularly for the chaise lounges. Kirby makes a chaise lounge, but it's fixed. It doesn't go back and up. And I didn't think that's what, in discussions, that's not the direction we wanted to head. So that's the reason why there's two different manufacturers. The side chairs do not have arms. I don't know if you noticed that. We do have options though, if you decide that you would rather have some armchairs and non-armchair, like we can do multiple things, but I'm here to let you know the proposal we submitted was based on the information we were given. So if you need any changes on that, we can certainly look at that. The quantities also were given to me and based on site inspection. I will say this, the furniture that you have is in relatively okay shape. There are, there's always issues with things. So it's going to be up to the board to really decide which direction you want to go. With the square tables, they're pretty much the same. I love flickering lights. They're pretty much the same tables or similar to what you have. I did notice someone mentioned earlier this evening about the lack of umbrellas, and I don't know if that was relative to pool furniture. We do sell those type of umbrellas, but if we were getting the tables, we would have to double check and make sure we're getting tables with the umbrella holes. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but that's a manufacturer thing and it doesn't really change the price. In terms of the Frog, the Pensacola chair, like I said, heavy duty. I will say this, both Frog and Kirby give a 50-year warranty. Okay. And that's on the poly resin material itself. If there's vandalism, which can occur, that's a case by case, but the product itself is well warranted for both of those items. Hate to jump into the Mylar, the strap furniture that I gave you the quotes on to, significantly less in terms of cost. The strap furniture is what you might see in a lot of, I'll say commercial hotel pools. It's that strap, thin strap. The problem I have, and I don't want to bash any products because I sell them, but oils, cleansers, chemicals do have a reaction on the vinyl after a while. So that's a decision, again, you all would have to make. Similar to the sling type furniture, which is more of the netting. I don't want to call it netting, but you know what the sling is, correct? It's more of a very tight mesh, but that's also susceptible to the same. And the warranty on the Mylar, 5 years on the frames. Okay, they're going to give you the frame warranty, but the powder coat and the sling and the strap itself, powder coat is 2 years, the sling and the strap warranty is 1 year. Now, they're not going to say it's going to deteriorate, but if you have issues with that, they've got to look and see what conditions may have created the deterioration, cuts, vandalism, what have you, or they're all out the window on that. The Frog side table, again, it's about 18 inches high. It's standard. They are, You can move them similar to the furniture you have now. You can move them about. You don't have to have them fixed in one certain area. Any questions on any of the frog info in terms of the recycled plastic? Let me say, it's difficult to paint because the adherence, even if you tried to paint an older model, you know, oh, let's spruce it up, it tends to peel. The paint really doesn't adhere as well. So it's very difficult to paint the plastic type products.
We can't paint what we have now. I mean, I shouldn't have.
You can ask me that. I would recommend that you're just running in, and I will say this, paint, heat, hot Florida sun, you're gonna have to hire a full-time guy to paint.
Because some of the furniture just doesn't look nice because of.
Right, sun fading, sure. I understand,
Yeah.
definitely understand, but painting,
People think it's dirty, really
Right.
just.
and as much as you try to power wash, I mean, you try everything, but it's been there. I don't know, but I'm gonna assume that furniture been there over 20 years.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you've got to run on that.
So this is all recyclable material.
It's recycled poly resin combination, so it is, I'll say, eco-friendly and, really good stuff. We sell a lot of park benches and other things made, particularly the frog furnishing, so, we see them all over the place and they're withholding. And similar to the park benches you have here, I know the manufacturer, although I don't think they're still in business, but some of their products are, you know, holding up pretty well.
Right. And real quick, could you summarize, sorry, and you might have covered this already, the warranties between the different.
Okay, the warranties on both Kirby, and I'm gonna leave you with I'll leave with Joe, right? I'll leave the warranty information directly with him and then I'll send it off in electronic format. The warranty information for the Frog and Kirby is 50 years on the material. Okay, if there's defects in screw, you know, there's hardware, there's other things that can happen. And I will say, if the maintenance guys, no, I love maintenance guys, but if they don't use the right tools in trying to fix things, they use a hammer instead of a screwdriver, you can create problems with plastic type furniture. So that care is important. The Mylar, I say Mylar, it's Absolute now owns Mylar. They have a 5-year warranty on the frame. And then they give a 2-year on the powder coating of the frames. And that was more or less the aluminum type furniture too, just to be clear. That's what, when we say Mylar. And then it was 1 year on the sling or the strap furniture itself.
All right, do we have any other questions? Make sure we're using the mic.
On the, and how many we have to order on the bulk order?
Yep.
Okay,
So if we don't, I'm thinking maybe we'd do half.
okay,
And so if we didn't order that many, are we gonna lose the bulk order discount?
you will lose that significant bulk order discount, and I don't mean it that way, but yes, it'll be prorated proportionately, and that's up to the factory, because really where that discount comes is Schwartz tries to do as best we can, but the manufacturer sometimes will say, hey, we can do X. So it depends upon quantities, to be honest with you, and we're not opposed to reworking quotes. We don't want to do it 7 times. I like you all and I like coming down here, but you guys will know what you want and you can give us great guidance and we'll be happy to.
Well, yeah,
propose.
because we have 2 pools. So
Yes.
in my mind, I'm thinking maybe do 1 pool this year, use the best equipment at the other pool, and then.
We did quantities based on what we were given.
Yeah.
What pool split it was, I don't know, but that's fine.
So
We'll work with you guys direct.
Joe, where did you pull these quantities from? Did you give these numbers to?
Jose did.
Yeah, so he met with Raul on site.
Oh,
They
and
physically
Raul.
counted and.
Count it out? Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure the numbers are right.
Yep.
And this does not include. This doesn't include any umbrellas, right?
No, the umbrellas weren't requested, but again, we can revisit that.
Yeah.
And if you need to, we can take a number.
Yes, so just so you're aware, this quantities amount for these proposals are for Ashley Pool and for Swim Cliff.
Right.
Right. Okay.
And do we know how many damaged furnitures we have right now within all the pools? Like,
Offhand, do you know roughly that number, Raul?
like ones that need to be fixed for safety issues, like we can't use them anymore, we need to remove them. The majority of them? Okay, I mean, it's probably time. Okay.
Okay. Do we have, any other questions? I know we've had a, very long session. If,
We can find the answers out, so, because I have the same question as Lucas. And so we could wait till next month.
oh, sure, yeah, we don't have to, I mean, we have the quote is valid.
Yeah.
for, I know it'll be stated on there, if we need to update numbers because it's, we're not able to, make a decision in time.
30 days.
30 days, right, so that's, by the time of the next meeting.
Thank
That's
you.
fine, we appreciate the information.
No worries.
We will look at, we're in budget season, obviously, so we will look at what we are, what's palatable on certain, in terms of, are we doing a complete replacement? Do we need to maybe do just one pool at a time? And be in contact with you, once we know more about how many.
And just to let you know, and even on our proposal, the manufacture of these in bulk, you're probably talking at least 8 to 10 weeks if you were to place the order tomorrow. So that's not to say anything because things will change and if your quantities change, but just keep that in mind if we do push this off, which is cool. We'll keep that time frame. in mind. So- Right, so you're not expecting them tomorrow and then.
I guess we,
But the residents will want them.
I guess the board, I guess, if we're waiting 8 to 10 weeks, we're not gonna make it in summertime, so.
Okay.
Correct, yeah, thank you.
So Dan, I just
Appreciate you
wanna-
coming down here and give us the information.
All right.
So Dan, I just want to make sure that for the record, you're tabling the proposals until the board makes a consensus idea on how they want to move forward, or?
I mean, yeah. Correct. We have the, I mean, there wasn't a line item for this in the budget. We have a budget line item for the pools as a whole. And we just had a, hour and a half workshop going over that. I mean, I think we have too many balls up in the air right now as far as juggling things for resolving this budget that I don't think we want to make a firm decision on this right now versus maybe a little more discussion on one pool or the other and having a little more time to deliberate. Now that we've seen all this and how you answer all our questions.
And all I ask is that you give me time to redo the proposal to your liking, to your specification, so that I can prepare. And I do have a question. Is it safe to say that you're not leaning towards the absolute Mylar strap?
No.
Okay, and the reason why I ask is because I don't need to revisit them either.
No, we
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Very good.
we like the frog.
Okay, and I did, I was asked to do, and it's not part of this proposal, but I am doing the borders. I was asked to look at the borders for the playground, so I am submitting a different proposal for that. Probably get to that next month too.
Yeah, that'll be available at the next meeting. for
Okay.
your review. It'll be available at the next meeting for your review. It's the borders of the playgrounds to keep the mulch in.
The edging.
Yeah.
To contain.
Yeah.
And just to go quick side on that, because when I was in the park, some people were asking me, well, what do we need those for? What the border also does, and I get it, you want to contain it, but it also gives you a very good visual on how much safety surface you should really have based on the height of the equipment. Really does come down to safety, and I understand, I live in an HOA community too, there's safety concerns with a couple of things from time to time, but the visual of having the borders, it does help contain, that's for sure, but it's also a very easy way to say, hey, you know what? We need to top off some more safety surface here. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You have my contact info, and please feel free to get back to me.
Thank you. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
I guess everybody could hear me.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next we have consideration of RSR. Joseph, is there anyone here from?
He's coming.
Oh, okay, yep.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tony Reyes. I'm account executive for RSR Industrial Group. And we are in the coding business since 20 years. And I've been in the coding business since 35. We put together a value proposition for both sculptures that you have here in the community. I don't know what you want to discuss first. Which one is first?
The red one that's right here, yeah.
The red?
Yeah,
Okay.
red one.
So as part of my survey, those sculptures are worn right now and the corrosion is very heavy right now. So sooner or later, gonna fall in. And based on that, I, put together this proposal. Our company is 100% dedicated to address that kind of thing because that's what we do in theme parks, utilities, water waste plants. So that's something that we can fix very easy. So in our proposal, we consider to doing the work on site. Because if I taking all the pieces and part to my shop, gonna cost you more, but we can create a bubble there. In my proposal, I already including everything there. So I put everything with animation to you understand all the process. And the equipment and everything is already there. The materials that we select are designed for marine zone environment. I don't want to put together something over engineering, but in our language, warranty is not an issue because we design or perform work for life cycle. So in the marine industry, that kind of application gonna give you a life cycle of 5 to 7 years. Anything that is close to mechanical impact by human beings, don't have warranty. All right, so you have to consider maintenance. But with this system, we address the problem that you got with the corrosion and return the sculpture in good shape. And we also including to do to put a polyurethane mat at the base to avoid the contact underneath. And the thickness of the entire coating system is between, let's say 6 to 10. It's like 12 to 14 mils, which is thicker. So any question?
Just to clarify, the two quotes are for the one in the town center, the red,
Yeah, the red.
and then the other one is the over by the golf course.
Yes.
Okay.
The rusty one.
Do you guys measure the integrity of the structure before coating or?
We have to disassembling everything and reinforce with plates, new plates, some of
Reinforce
them.
it.
Yes.
Okay.
And we have to doing sandblasting.
Sandblasting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything is detailed in my proposal with all the process.
All right.
And like I say, I doing that. We are like a dentist, So
So for the sculpture where there's the cat hanging over the or panther, sorry, whatever, hanging over, there's kind of a relief like artwork on the side as part of the sculpture. In the renders that you show, that's really would just come out as we picked a color, but it would just be a single color that would be applied to.
yeah, you have to decide what color you want, but we don't address the decals. That's something that you have to find out someone to stick the new decals on top of the paint. That's the only thing, but we're gonna, coat it and protect everything against the progressive corrosion that you got already there.
Okay.
It's the same scope of the red ones, but it's small, it's more fast than the other, the Rex, sculptor.
Okay. Do you have any other questions for RSR for the proposed sculpture?
For the red one,
The question is for the time frame.
yeah, it's in the
Sorry.
proposal,
Well, no, that's the start date, 4 to 12, but what's the time frame? Like 5 days?
5 days. It's at the, when you see the notes,
31. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have any other questions for?
Just a couple questions, clarifications on the cleanup process. How does that work? 'Cause I feel like I know you have the tent and everything gets confined, but how do you guys ensure
yeah, we make a bubble,
Okay.
we sandblasting and we put a bag, like a big bag, and every day we suck it up, with a vacuum, everything, and we dispose that in our facility in Bartow. You can go to our website and you can, surfing and see all our stories, and reference.
All right. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you. Appreciate that.
thank you.
All right. And yeah,
Tabling it?
yeah, I mean, and we might, consider revisiting them later in the meeting, but we have a lot to get through and just, respect for everyone's time that's come here. I'd like to go through and hear all the proposals, get all the presentations out of the way and then follow up.
Okay.
So next would be, Sun Deck and Dock LLC. Do we have anyone,
Sun Deck and Dock?
Yep.
Anybody here?
Yes,
Sorry, one second. Ralph, you not here? No? All right. Do you want to just review it? I don't have a lot of information on it, but
okay, so we don't have someone there from Sun Deck and Dock.
so just so you're aware, this proposal is to repair the destroyed dock from the hurricane, the one that houses next to the kayaks. Okay?
Right. It is shown in the agenda. This would be a proposal to repair the damage that was
Yep.
done. I know, did everyone hear Joseph when he was talking just now? No? Okay, so I'm repeating, make sure. So, we have a proposal in there from, Sun Deck and Dock LLC to repair the damage to the dock on Buck Lake, where it goes out to the boathouse, which was damaged by Hurricane Milton. We have, it's a substantial quote. It is $256,000 for that proposal. It has, I mean, there's a lot to it, but it's marine construction. It's not cheap. So, if we have any question, I mean, I don't think we have a safety issue with this. We have it taped off right now and we're about to set a budget. So, it's not something that we can just kick down the road forever. But we also have a few other proposal type things, a sidewalk repair, a few other spending ticket items. So let's go through discussing the rest of these. And then we can set priorities and, figure out what is going into our budget that we need to adopt before June 14th.
Sure.
That would be a question for, I'm not sure if there's like, the question is like, is there any kind of insurance policy that, might have been covered? I mean, that was construction that was probably, I want to say, 15, 20 years ago when those docks were first built. I understand that. My personal background, my family actually ran a marina down in South Florida for many years. And I mean, there's usually stuff related to the installation and workmanship, but there's wave action. It's a harsh environment. So there's just a fixed lifetime on some of these things, unfortunately.
There's two quotes in here, Dan. There's one for the 256 you mentioned, and then there's one above it for 13,000. Can't hear me? there's one for 13,000. Above that, but I'm not sure what that,
The fix the kayak.
Yeah. And yeah, one is for the whole dock to reconstruct some of the.
oh,
planks
so
that
this is for the
fall.
the kayak is
I-
13,000.
Yeah.
And I apologize, it's,
Yeah, I had this person come out and do both in assessment, so you're aware of what's going on.
okay, okay. So the 250,000, that's to basically rebuild the entire thing.
Yes,
13 is to repair
just
the
the dock,
damage.
just the
Okay.
kayaks.
I was about to
Yeah.
say,
Yeah,
I apologize.
okay.
Should have.
All right.
Sorry.
So I would stick with what I said earlier,
Yep.
but let's go through the rest of
Sure.
these issues, but we have a, you know,
That's a safety
much
issue.
more, tolerable number for making that necessary repair. Next item is the sidewalk repair.
So,
You need to like. And I apologize, usually we have more microphones available. Clearly need to find a better solution for amplifying in this room here. So that's something that we'll be working with, management to address in the future.
so, the discussion of this topic,
Can everybody hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so the discussion of this topic, I put on the agenda so everyone is aware. My maintenance staff is out here. We are sidewalk grinding. To the extent of making physical or larger repairs, which I do understand and have heard several meetings that the community does want to happen. That is something Infomark can do, but we bid it on a proposal just as any other vendor. Sidewalk grinding is what our maintenance team out here has been doing to combat the hazards. I do understand there's been a number of, I guess at this point, documented cases where people have fallen. There's been incidents where people have gotten hurt. But we are continuing this efforts until the board makes an actual decision on what they want to do or which company they would choose to go with to make those physical repairs. And does the board have anything further to say?
Yeah, well, okay, so we have I apologize, the proposal from Jago Pro, if we remember, they were here in the March meeting. This is just a follow-up. So what's the difference with this versus what they told us at the last meeting?
This is a different proposal.
Oh, okay. Oh, hi. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for being very patient with us.
Hi, personally, the president was here last week, we couldn't make it. So I'm here in representation to clarify the proposal we have. My name is,
Have a little more.
yes, my name is Carla and I work for Jago Pro. We are remodeling, maintenance, HVAC. We do commercial as well as residential. And we have proposed fixing the sidewalk repair phase 2. Essentially, we will demolish 29 squares, 4x4x6, and demolish 81 squares of 8x4x6 of sidewalk. We're gonna level and prepare the surface as well. After that, pour the concrete and finish with brooms finish. It's not stated there, but it will be 6 inches of thickness, and it will be reinforced with steel bar. Last meeting, we stated that once we demolish, if there's any roots, it's not included in the price presented here. That will be a change of order if we find any roots after demolishing.
So routes that were located during the repair process, that would be an additional cost to
Correct.
grind those.
Are you able to take care of the roots or do we have to hire someone to do that?
We can take care of it, yes.
And given your experience, are you guys anticipating that we're gonna find several routes?
We might, because if that was if it's if the trees, the roots are growing and that may cause the breakage of the concrete, it might happen, but we won't know 100% until we demolish the sidewalk.
So
So-
what exactly is the difference between this $40,000 proposal and the one that we got in March, which was like, I think, more than double this?
Yeah, I can probably speak to that. This is a different area. So we've been commenting, another presenter here for this similar issue. We're trying to give you guys proposals based off of the three major roads, which we've talked at other meetings, just Schoolhouse, Catbrier, Five Oaks, right? Those are the main combat areas that have seen a major uptick in the sidewalk panels being raised by the roots. And these are like the first areas that we're going to combat before we continue throughout the rest of the community.
All right, so do we have any other questions specific to the Jago proposal before we hear the next? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Was this one, so in March, we voted to do, was that Catbrier?
No, we tabled it. There was no formal motion to acquire a company to do any sidewalk work. We tabled their last proposal.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Right, owing to again, that was a larger amount, and that was for that, I believe Catbrier was that first portion. Again, knowing that we were coming into the budget process, we wanted to make sure that we were accounting for that amount from that first one, which I believe was reflected in we had I think it was 110, I think was the sidewalk number in the workshop. We're saying that this is for, and I apologize, this is for Five Oaks.
Oh, I wanted to add to that. I think we should focus on Catbrier and Schoolhouse, as those are older communities, and those trees are older and the sidewalks are way worse.
Sure, yeah. no,
The Five Oaks, where it's shown in the pictures, is also with less traffic and houses around those that are less concerning, I think, in my opinion, than the people that have houses in front of the sidewalks that the tree roots are exploding out, and there's definitely roots under there. So
Sure, no, completely understood. My goal right now to give you all these proposals is so that you can, as a board collectively, can make the best decision on which company you want to go to, which one has the best price, and which areas you can be used to start, like Schoolhouse, Catbrier, Five Oaks, wherever you want to start first. So this is just an idea for you guys to have.
Yep. Okay, so do we have any other questions specific for Jago?
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Precision. Do we have someone here from?
Yeah, so this is Amanda from Precision Sidewalk Safety.
My name is Amanda Hinson. I'm with a company called Precision Sidewalk Safety. I was asked out here by Joseph and his team. We talked about sidewalks and why it's important to repair them. Obviously, many of your residents are very aware of that. And with your trees as old as they are, those roots are shifting things around, of course. This is an ongoing issue in many of the communities that I work with in Central Florida. In an effort to try to make this digestible for the community and for the board, Joseph asked our company to come out and review the sidewalks on Catbrier. So my company does repair. We repair the change in level. We have a patented horizontal saw cut method that slices the hazard off the top of the panel. It's similar to grinding in the theory that we are keeping that panel in place, but our method removes the hazard fully from end to end using a dust abatement system and a horizontal saw cut method. We can make repairs up to 2 inches in height. We need to leave 2 inches of material so that the integrity of the panel is not jeopardized. I know that there are some issues out there that are probably, well, I know they're listed in here. They're above our scope. But versus demolition and replacement, by having us make repairs on the locations that we can, 1/4 of an inch to 2 inches in height, we can help save the community quite a bit of money, and then have a demolition and replacement crew go through after we do and handle those panels, however many there may be. I do believe we found about 20 that we could not repair. but we can repair them and keep them in place for as long as possible. So the Americans with Disabilities Act says that anything above 1/4 of an inch is considered a trip and fall hazard. 1/4 of an inch, this is my measuring tool. This is what we used when we go around. 1/4 of an inch is only, it's a small amount. It's about 2 quarters stacked on top of each other. So when we went through Cat Briar, and the way that many of our communities operate is in a phased approach because it's so much easier to understand and break it down as opposed to looking at, I believe it was 22 miles of sidewalk, Joseph. That's a lot of sidewalk you guys have. So we took a look at these areas and we found 1/4 of an inch to 2 inches in height. Pardon me? Oh, okay. We identified 695 locations that we can make repairs on. And that's within our scope and saying with that, the 1/4 of an inch. There is a location that's on, it's just before Indian Grass Road where we put little blue twos. I don't know if anyone has noticed them, but those represent the 1/8 of an inch in that area to give the community and the board an idea of what a 1/4 of an inch high hazard looks like in the wild or 1/2 an inch high hazard. And those are labeled in that stretch so that you all can see them live and go, oh my gosh, that's a 1/4 of an inch. That doesn't seem like very much, but if someone were to trip and fall, that's the first thing that the lawyers are going to bring up. It's just before Indian Grass Road. I believe it's on, you're going up it, it's on the right-hand side. And they're little blue twos. And I'm also happy to meet you guys out on site and walk with you and show you how we measure. There were some other marks on the panels. Those were not marks made by us. Anything that we could make repairs on, we included. We record all of our measurements into an app, which you will see in the map that we provided in here. Many repairs were done previously by a grinding company. A lot of it's done by Infomark, trying to keep up with it, which is a lot that you guys, they have so many other things on their plate. So there are some previous grinds that have since risen again, and that we could continue to make repairs and continue to keep those in place. But it is a great area to get us started as a phase 1 approach to understand how we operate and how quickly we can make our way through areas. The map on this proposal, you guys all have these, correct? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, they have it.
Okay. The map in this proposal is going to notate the locations that are the least severe, which are the 1/4 inch high, there are yellows, the severe, which are 3/8 to 7/8, which are the orange, and then the most severe that are 1 inch to 2 inches in height. And then the blue ones are previous grinds that we could make repairs on. And there is a section that has painted panels that we can make the repairs on. They are included. I just need the community to know that once we make the repair, the paint is going to be gone with those repairs. And if we look on page 5, you can see the breakdown of the differing hazard categories. 109 that are that least severe, that small one's the 1/4 inch, severe, which 531, and then there are 55 locations that are 1 inch to 2 inches in height for the total of the 695. And then there are some photo examples of differing heights. Figure 2 is a 1/4 of an inch. Figure 3 is 3/8 of an inch because I didn't provide options for everything 1/4 of an inch and higher, and then everything 3/8 and higher. So those are just some pictures that we saw out there. There are some of the previous grinds, some of the most severe locations that we encountered. And then, like I said, there are some locations that are either heaped up too much or have been repaired in the past and no longer have enough material. When my technicians are on site, they will evaluate each panel, and anything that we cannot repair, we're going to put it on a list for you guys to notate. These are the 17 locations that we could not make repairs on. So we have a couple different options here, and as requested by the Infomark team, these were put together for you all to consider. We do offer an early return discount if the board is able to make a decision within 45 days from when I presented this proposal to Joseph and his team, and that does expire on June 7th. And then our proposals are valid for 90 days because sidewalks continue to shift and move. You have to learn to coexist with the trees that you have, and that's just, they will continue to shift and move no matter what you do. So that the proposal is valid until July 22nd. We do offer a range because when my estimator was on site, from the time he was on site to this meeting, to getting the approval, to getting us to getting it on the schedule, things could even shift and move within that time. What we propose is that we will make repairs on everything 2 inches in height, or I'm sorry, a quarter of an inch in height to 2 inches in height. And if we find more than the 695, we are going to make all of those repairs still. If my technicians find 750, they are going to make repairs on all of those locations. So that's why we give the range, and I don't know if we talk about those out loud. I don't know if it's something that we say out loud, but the high end would be the 85,290. If you were to make a decision by June 7th, and then the 89,775 would be the high end, not to exceed, no matter what we find by, if you made a decision after June 7th, but before the July 22nd. The other option that we gave was excluding the painted panels. If for some reason you guys asked us not to make the repairs on the painted panels, so that's option 3, or I'm sorry, table 3. Option 2 with both timeframes. Table 4, option 3 is for everything 3/8 and higher. ADA says anything above a quarter of an inch. So sometimes my customers opt to go with that 3/8 and higher because that is the next measurement. Could be considered still technically ADA compliant. And that would be for at least 586 locations, with the high end not to exceed of the $70,000 or $78,060, or after the 45 day, but and within the 90 day, it's the 82,165. And then again, excluding the painted panels. And then we also understand that communities like phased approaches. And if the board would like to give us a height specification in a certain area of Cat Briar as the priority area, and say, we would like you to go until you hit X amount, we can also do that as well. So, and honestly, we are here to do whatever you guys want us to do when we're in making these sidewalk repairs. If you guys were to decide to make us all the repairs, this would only take us about 7 days. Each of our repairs take us about 3 to 18 minutes. We are very quick. This is all that we do. And we have the dust abatement. So as my technician is making that repair, he's capturing about 90% of that silica dust and moving right away. By the time a resident comes out to say, what's going on outside my house? My technician has likely made the repair, cleaned up, moving right along and making their way. And that resident goes, oh, that hazard I've been complaining about for 3 years is now gone. There is figure 8 is a before and after photo of what our repairs look like. And we do work with so many communities around Central Florida. I have many, many other before and after photos that I can share with you at a later time as well. Like I said, it'll take us anywhere from 5 to 7 days. Doing grinding, if Infomart continued, this is a rough estimate. It would take at least 39 days, but they have so many other things to do on their plate. And if you were to do demolition and replacement, it's a very timely and invasive process. You're shutting down the sidewalks for periods of time, reforming, relaying. If they are cutting the roots and everything that's involved, it can take quite a bit of time, about 123 days. Figure 9 is results of some grinds that we've seen in the wild. They're not ADA compliant every time. It's hard. Grinders were invented to rip the paint off of the asphalt. So they cannot, sometimes they don't remove the hazard fully from end to end. And then versus demolition replacement in the areas that we looked at on Cat Briar, I used a figure of $15 a square foot. We identified locations on 22,785 square feet at $15 a square foot. That could roughly cost the community $341,000 plus. We use $15 a square foot, which I do believe is pretty conservative. But that would be a cost savings for the community with a not to exceed of our price of the $89,775. That's an estimated savings of over $250,000, about 74%. And many of our communities work with us on an annual basis. They plan for it. They know that they've got these trees that are continuing to mature, again, coexisting with them. And then there is, for anyone who likes the Green Initiative, by keeping all 695 panels in place, you are not ripping out and repouring over 1,000 tons of concrete. And everything that's involved in the demolition and replacement process would be about 1,386 gallons of gas with everything that's involved in that. So you're saving the environment 12.45 metric tons of carbon dioxide not released into the atmosphere. So anybody on the Green Initiative side and loves their trees and wants to hug them more, it's a great thing to notate. And then we just go into our repair specifications, everything that's involved, which I think I've covered pretty immensely. We go above and beyond OSHA standards. This lists our 6 US patents right here. This is a synopsis about our founders. And then these are excerpts from the ADA. It does read like stereo equipment, but it says that anything above 1/4 of an inch is considered a trip and fall hazard. And then the last page, should you decide to go with our company, is the authorizations. Any questions?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Questions when you guys are cutting the slabs. What happens if you guys break the slab? Do you have to replace it?
I've been with the company for 13 years and we've never done that.
No.
It's never happened
Okay.
since I've been with the company.
Okay. I guess about the painted panels, I'm not aware where are the painted panels?
So those are the panels that Raul had signaled off that need to be replaced, right down, the ones that
Okay.
we had discussed, I think, in the March meeting.
Okay.
There's no problem breaking these.
No, it's just a quick spray paint on letting us know. That was his way of indicating which ones are which. Yeah.
And then the other question is, I mean, the roots are still gonna grow down below, right?
Mhm.
So how long do you expect these sidewalks to stay level before you have to
Sure.
maintain them again?
So that's the nature of nature. That's really out of our hands. Some of these root systems, they've been there for 20-something years. And they're going to continue to do what they do. Even if you come out and have demolition and replacement done and cut those roots, they're top feeders. They're coming back to the top no matter what. So even if you cut them, re-pour them, there's going to be a root that's going to grow back and push that brand new sidewalk up within who knows how long. It just depends on what goes on with nature. By using our service, we can keep those panels in place for as long as possible and get the longevity out of them. Sometimes we can make repairs on panels 2, 3, even 4 times before we get to the point where we would flag it for demolition and replacement.
That was going to be my question. So with needing to maintain the thickness, you said if it's a repair that you've made and there's additional growth in the future or displacement and you're able to then cut. So with where grinding has already been done, is it just, are you guys, you're able to determine the thickness and then on a case by case, either do the cut or say it has to go?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, my technicians are very good about getting down in the sides and making sure there's enough material so it doesn't jeopardize that panel should a golf cart or a vehicle run over it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. The other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the very good information. Again, like I've been saying, we have several things we need to go through. Let's get through all of our.
I'll take you.
Thank you so much.
No, I didn't say that. We have several presentations of stuff. Let's get through all of those. And if the representatives, want to leave or whatever, then we have all of the information, all the numbers, and can then make our decisions. So the next.
So I would call next, my Director of Field Operations, Howard Neal, to present the Infomark proposal.
Yep.
Good evening, board.
Howard.
Hey. So I'm going to talk about this holistically. Okay, so we have field services. Sorry. Our field services team takes care of the grinding. Okay, so there's a phased approach with that, and we're targeting the high areas first. That is done a minimum of 1 day a week. So what I'm presenting now is as our maintenance solutions division, which is a dedicated team in-house just for concrete work, okay, dedicated to replacement panels. Okay, we are looking at what the field services team can't take care of and what has been undermined. Let me do that. So like I said, we're taking care of what the field services team can't do and what is undermined. So panels that have, whether they're lifting for whatever reason, they've got root intrusion. So we're looking at those bigger picture items. The proposal that I have today just basically looks at a snapshot of Catbrier Trail, the actual specific walking path. Okay. We take care of the removal, the replacement, and what we find underneath those panels. Okay, so we can find root systems, which we know we're going to find. It's guaranteed. Okay, we will take that, we will remove those, and we'll cut them back as far as we can to eliminate them coming back soon. You know, root systems will grow, they will continue to grow, but by replacement, we're looking at more of a long-term solution for that. For a budgeting perspective, you should be looking at a phased approach and looking at your high traffic areas, just kind of what Lucas said before, about targeting those areas where we're getting a lot of foot traffic, and then also looking at priorities within the community as well. Because throughout our site audit, which did focus on Catbriar, we also looked at other areas which should have at a minimum of 2-3 panels that we should just lift up, replace, and do exactly what we're doing here. So our proposal includes the replacement, any ADA pads that are needed, any sod that we damage, and then full removal of the root systems that are undermining the panels. What it doesn't cover is irrigation. We don't know what we're going to find with irrigation until we lift the panel up. What we would do with the board's direction, and you should do this with any other company as well, is utilize your landscapers that are on site and create a deal with them where it's fixed hourly rate, labor rate, whatever that looks like, and parts on top of that. And so that's something that we would encourage, whether it's maintenance solutions or not, you should do that as well. Okay, because you're going to find there's going to be main lines that we're going to break and irrigation heads and so on. So that's it in a nutshell. Our pricing is $24.25 a square foot, which covers everything that we've talked about, minus the irrigation. Okay. Are there any questions that you guys have?
How long has Infomart been able to do this? How long has Infomart been capable of doing this, and why didn't you come to us sooner?
So Inframark has been developing an in-house team for at least 18 months now. You know, that's being modest, okay? So we do, and I can confidently say, experts when it comes to concrete, okay? And that's from the start to the finish. We have people that are experts when it comes to the machinery that we use. So we basically can go in there with minimal damage to our surroundings and environment. Then we also have contracts that we have with concrete. So we have good suppliers in place. Then we also have good finishers. So we have good people that know the concrete process, meaning that if the concrete's hardening too fast, what to do. If it's not hardening quick enough, what to do. Okay, so we're very well versed in this, and we actually are in the process of ensuring that we're backfilling all these people. So we are building in-house teams so that we can actually separate and divide and conquer. So what we're essentially doing is in-house within our maintenance solutions division is building that.
So, yeah, that's where I apologize. So is this different parts of Catbriar than our other two bids?
So on the immediate page after the proposal, which provides the pricing, you'll see where it was. It was the section from Five Oaks all the way down to the walking path till you get to, I can't remember the street, but it's on the walking trail side.
It's just
Okay.
the walking trail side, not both.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
it's
think the
basically-
previous proposal was both sides.
Yeah, so the Infomark proposal, that's from the roundabout on the golf course side to the dog park.
Yes.
The decision side was for the full length of Catbriar, both sides. So that's, you know, kind of a 1/4 to the full amount of sidewalks in terms of the price that would be needed for doing the service.
But they're also talking about full replacements.
They were talking about, they had their horizontal cut.
No, I wasn't sorry. I'm
Oh.
talking about Infomark is.
There
panel.
we go. And I mean, I'm not sure if they're still here. Apologies to them. Didn't mention irrigation at all. And yeah, it was just strictly replacement and removal and replacement of panels. Just having seen these and I mean, we need to do something. I like the precision proposal. We can, well, so first, respecting everyone's time, do we have any more questions specifically for the Infomark? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm still confused. So does your proposal eliminate the need for, does it, we wouldn't do you and the precision sidewalk? To be
No,
one or
so-
the other?
In essence, precision sidewalk is what the field staff would be doing in-house already. Okay, that would just be a faster process. We can still do the grinding in-house, which is what the field staff are doing on a weekly basis. Whereas precision would come in and they would basically cut it.
Right.
You would see results a lot faster.
But what I'm asking is, are the ones that they have, that we have the proposal from them, does your proposal cover the same spots?
Only on one side, only on the one side of Cap Rock. So no.
It would probably
Well-
make more sense to have apples to apples.
Well,
Proposals
Yeah, we-
rather than kind of all over the place.
Well, okay, well, go ahead, Joseph.
So and Howard, correct me if I'm wrong about this. I think it would be difficult in the sense of comparing apples to apples with Sidewalk Precision Safety or say the company. Because they're doing in a larger sense, a faster pace of what our maintenance team is already doing. Infomark's proposal is completely removing and placing back new and fresh panels. And also removing the hazard, the roots that bring up the original panels. Sidewalk Precision is not doing that. They're just grinding on a larger scale, cleaner cut compared to what our guys are already doing.
So let's say we did nothing, how long would it take our in-house guys to do this?
So they generally do, they're working a minimum of 1 day a week, okay, devoted to grinding. Depending on where they're doing that grinding, you're looking at a minimum of 25 grinds within that time period. So that could be a stretch of at least,
If I grind for a day and the 1 day a week.
that's a minimum, yeah. You know, depending on the grinding, depending on the width of the sidewalk, whether it's 4 foot wide, 6 foot wide.
Are we falling behind or getting ahead of the number of sidewalks that need to be grind?
I don't know whether I can give you a specific answer to that, because as you're starting to grind, you're starting to see where you need to replace as well.
Right,
Okay,
right.
because the lifting of the root system is just causing all sorts of,
Well, I don't
it's
think there's
becoming a
anything-
drastic hazard.
I don't think there's anything more important for us to address than the sidewalk issue. To me, that's the thing. But I get confused about what needs to be done. And this is only Catbrier. We've got sidewalk through the whole community. So
That's
I'm
it.
not quite sure where to go
So
with this. I just know we
So if
need
I
to
could-
do something.
Well, let me respond to that. Okay, so along the patch where I've proposed, just to give you an idea of the pricing associated with that. They've done as much grinding as they can, so now we're at the point of replacement. Okay? Whether that's lifting, cracks, you know, damage, whatever that looks like. So that's where we're at on that specific stretch. Okay, when you look at the other side of Capri, the residential side, we're probably looking at the same as far as replacement really for that. Because we are lifting more than sort of an inch, you know, where we are creating a very massive trip hazard. You know, the ADA, like was mentioned before, you're looking at 1/4 of an inch, which, you know, is still a tripping hazard, but when we're looking at substantial sizing, we don't want to undermine the panel as well. So the other option is just to replace it.
All right, thank you.
I
Yeah,
just
go ahead,
wanted
Joseph,
to add,
go ahead.
sorry, I just want to add really quickly. So within that meeting with Precision Sidewalk Safety, Raul had showed Amanda some of the work that he has done with the grinding. She had mentioned, and Raul can attest to this. She asked him, "Did you use, you know, similar, you know, equipment that we use? How did you do that?" And he said he did it by hand with the grinder. And she was very impressed with the level, the way it was ground, essentially. So it's entirely up to the board's decision on what you want to do with sidewalk safety. I brought that proposal to you because it is an option. You know, the community can use less expensive compared to full-on replacement. But I just wanted to let you know.
Got a question for the engineer over there, David. Can you compare what Infomark is currently do with the grinding versus what Precision Sidewalk is proposing with the cutting and more cleaner look? Is it the same or is it different?
Trying to get the roots out, so this is quickly hurting again. Just sliding down.
Sorry, I was comparing the grinding that Infomark is doing versus the Precision Sidewalk where they're slicing the slab and then smoothing it out. Are you familiar with that technique? Yeah. Okay. 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 It sounds like it's different. It sounds like it's more cleaner. Sounds like they're taking off more of the slab, but I'm not experienced with that technique either.
I am with it, actually. They do shave it. It takes them generally about 10 minutes on average to shave it. And really they're coming in with they designed this tool to do this kind of work specifically. And they're just basically coming in, they'll shave it, and they'll come in on an angle, and they'll make it as level as they possibly can.
Right.
And on average, it'll take them about 10 minutes to do that.
So I'm kind of in the boat of a hybrid approach of some panels need to be replaced. They're so bad. And because of the slope and how they're angled, and then some can be facilitated with this approach that Precision Sidewalk has proposed.
Regardless of the options that the board decides, just make sure that you're looking at everything with regards to the root systems. The irrigation that is gonna be damaged, there's just no doubt about it. And then the sod replacement and the environment that's damaged. Just make sure you're taking that into consideration when you're making your decision.
Guys, sit here about 10 minutes to do, one square, how about?
We would probably be a little bit more than that. We'd probably be about 15 to 20 minutes on a grind. You know, with like a 4-foot grinder, depending on, there's a lot of factors involved. For them, they're looking at it, they can just cut it straight away. So they've got that saw gives them the advantage. Pretty much, yeah. That's just grinding, yeah. I mean, that is correct, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of variables at play, but yeah, I mean, that's an average, yeah.
To know, it is a physical hand grinder as opposed to the actual machine that this company uses. Of course,
Yeah.
you know, the difference with that.
Right. Okay, so do we have any more specific questions specific to Infomark Maintenance Solutions for their replacement proposal? Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And yes, thanks, Howard. All right, and that's the end of our list of proposals. I know, okay, so next item, that's the next thing I want to discuss, except we still have Nick. I would, in respect to his time, would like to move the management after staff reports, definitely discussing that. But Nick has been extremely patient here. We're now 2 hours into our meeting. Let's go ahead and move on to our landscaping report.
All right, Nick, come on down, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nick Lomasny with United Land Services. Promise it's not about sidewalks. So it's been a couple of months, so I'll just go over the maintenance side of things first. Last month, we were really experiencing the drought. It was not as bad as last year. I would say the hardest hit areas were the lakes, and a lot of that is due to the species of turf, Bahia. It appears that it's not. It just, when it gets stressed, it goes dormant. We tested out there. Everything's fine and healthy. A little bit of rainfall. This time next month, it'll be green as it was last year. The St. Augustine turf is up to 4.5 inches, as you can see in our square. Detail mowing is on weekly schedule now. As far as irrigation, if the sidewalks are up, so are the roots. There was an individual that came up here, his address was 3309 Cab Briar. He had mentioned that we had came and we had trimmed his tree, however, they had a second portion, which was the irrigation in front of his home. The problem isn't technically in front of his home, it was at 3356. We, as of today, had to replace 25 feet of lateral line. Between every 24 and 36 inches, we have discovered a kink or a break with a hole the size of this pen going down. So it would just appear wet. Once that repair has been made, then we can go back to 3309 and assess it. But we couldn't do anything because we couldn't get water that far down. Now that that has been done, we identified where that individual's valve was. We're going to replace the solenoid, clean it all out. We have spoken with them both. And at that time, once it's complete, we will knock on the door and let them know that they can adjust their sprinklers to back the way it was. Because what they did was, in front of their sidewalk, they just made them 360, so someone's getting into the road. We told them to turn them down a little bit. They didn't need to go that far out, but they're sprinklers. The next month, or this month coming up, I wanted to give a forecast on a couple of things. On June 15th, all of the palm trees at that pool and at the west entrance will be trimmed. There will be hurricane prunes, that's the queen palms, and the cabbage palms at the entrance at 5 Oaks and all the way down at that exit. That'll be done as well. There was 2 proposals for 2 dead trees. They were lightning strikes. Those will also take place in the same week. We will notify the management company a week prior. We will have to close the pool for safety reasons to go ahead and trim those. We did have fertilization. As you can see, the flags are throughout the property. They will be removed this week. We left them up long enough for everyone to know that. To the point at the South Lake and Easley, I've noticed it's come up a few times, not just this month, about the easements. We went out there and we did some probing. We have found that some of these areas that are not growing is not because it was just poor soil and the pH needs to balance out. Some of these were concrete drop spots. We probed them, we were 3 inches in and we hit rocks. So what's gonna happen is I don't care if it's seed or sod, the roots will fry before the top will because of the sunlight in the summertime. So in the wintertime, it'll go undetected because the entire turf is going to be in a dormant state. But if you go there in July and everything, even if our irrigation system was off, you're still gonna see dead spots there. It's because of the heat from the shallow concrete. One of those is in the proposal that we'll be able to go over in a little bit. The flowers have since been replaced and then we will reevaluate those later in the summer, probably in August. These ones are doing good. The irrigation, we've went through the IMC. Our main issues are on Catbrier and on Schoolhouse. We're working to correct those. We had a mainline break over here on the main road, was 4 inches. What happens is when it gets dry, the sand gets soft, so what's packed around it, so vibrations or whatever, it can rub thin. We've seen some of these fittings actually split at the seam. We found one that wasn't glued at all. So, and we found one that it was just primer, but there was no glue, and so it wasn't clean, it blew out. So we're running into a couple of those along with pressure points from the roots. Where we find the roots, if it's not a feeder, we will remove it. If it's a feeder, we'll shave it. Only because these trees are so close to the home that if we cut the feeder and we kill it, it could fall one way or the other. So the only 2 proposals that we had brought was, we can go over the one in South Lake for the regrading, and that is proposal number 168852. That particular area was identified as a washout. I do believe he mentioned, and that's next to the right of 3391 Sagebrush. He did mention, but he didn't specify which board member had looked at it. We went out there and we looked at it. Half of that lot is where a concrete drop off was. We proposed that we would go just to that halfway mark, remove what's there, regrade it, and it's even sloped really high as seen in the pictures, so it's flooding on either side of the neighbors. So we proposed that we would regrade that, readdress the irrigation, put a couple of rotors there and put Bahia down, not St. Augustine. So there was only a one-time cost. It wouldn't be like additional fertilization, but that would solve that issue.
Do they have St. Augustine in there?
No, they don't.
Okay.
The easement, the reason why some of their seed didn't pop in that area is because it was in the drought. We figured that, we had brought it up. So we had already purchased extra seed. It's been in storage since then. We will reapply middle of June when we get rain. Irrigation is just a supplement, so even when their zones are going perfectly fine, Toho did restrict us, so we can only get minimum water. So once we get the rain, we will apply their last coat of seeding.
Okay.
And the other proposal is 168841, similar story. This individual has even dug ditches into the front. And they've been pretty vocal. They've even threatened litigation if they didn't have some type of response. I promised him, I went over with Raul several times to, calm him down and offer him no solution. We would have to remove all of the roots in an 80-foot stretch, re-scrape it. Some areas are 7 inches above. It's not soil, it's wood. So it's like pickaxe work. So we would have a skid steer come to the edge of the sidewalk and essentially scrape back, and we would have to raise every one of those sprinklers in that 80-foot. Now, all of that is included in there, but the time there would be substantial.
How did we solve that? It was bad.
He spray painted them. The reason why I think that's a very high risk area, that is a walking path when school lets out every single day. I walk it with my child and we avoid that spot as well. He's tried on his own to put new sod, but it's just wood.
That gentleman wasn't here tonight, was he?
No, he was going to be.
Okay,
and
'cause
he
I-
wasn't gonna be.
Happy.
No,
Yeah.
not at all.
Yeah, no, I
Um,
got the email, yeah.
I did speak with him last week. Every time, I have to pass it on the way home. I said, listen, it has to go to a vote. Calmed him down, but I did say that I would bring it up here this evening, and it was in the agenda. That did buy us some time.
Can I just say something to that? So the, my field team, I've received an email from the resident. My field team was instructed to go by, assess, and give their consensus. He was very respectful, he even sent me an email in regards to how happy he was with the professionalism of my team. I believe I shared it with the board. Again, then Raul and Nick went out to assess the situation further and then was a little aggressive and abrasive in his conversation with them. So again, with what Nick mentioned, that he threatened litigation and what his intentions were, I think it's since then calmed down, just so the board is aware. The feedback that I've received or the information that I've gotten, it's lowered the temperature of the situation. So I will let the board make.
Yeah, I found that if you don't speak with him at least once a week or every 2 weeks, that he was gonna rip someone's head off. So I made a point and stopped by and let him know. I spoke with his son, just to
appreciate that.
let him know that we didn't forget about him, that I told him that, I said, listen, it has to go to a vote. There's nothing, and he's like, can't you fix it now? I said, if I could, man, I would, but I'm not gonna get in trouble. But he went as far as to highlight and spray paint fluorescent orange on the roofs because of the children. And to his point, I mean, there's gotta be 100 kids that walk that twice a day.
Has 85. With his own pocket trying to rectify it.
He did kind of create the problem as well. When you have to resod, you gotta remove what's there. So he did build it up. I don't fault him for trying though. I mean, I would have.
Well, but I was getting at those, I think he was trying his best to be a good citizen and do it.
He was.
And then he just got.
He's always out there. He's working. He keeps the leaves up, so I do give him that, but,
Well, he's also happy because Raul went over and closed the pipe at his neighbor's house at the smell, something.
I went over there 2 or 3 times with him.
Oh.
Yeah, we went over a couple of
But
times.
that's- Just out of a goodness, I mean, that wasn't our responsibility, but the lady that lived there didn't know how to do it, and the guy didn't know how, so then we'll just did it.
So those were the only 2 proposals that I brought before the board.
Question about the first one. So the grading of that easement, that, I mean, you're confident that is going to remove or just turn over any, if there's concrete still in there? I mean,
We dug up some, we even found shingles. We pulled out 4 sheets of shingles and with the homeowner there. When Raul was there with me, we found boulders about this big and then what it was it were poured, it was still wet and it just hardened. I'm not saying every easement is like that, but to their point, when I investigated, there was probably 3 to 5 that could have been washouts because you can't put a home on it. And they're built up in a unique way that nothing's gonna grow. I don't care if it's the best St. Augustine or the 92% germination, those roots are gonna cook with that shallow rock. It's just heating up.
right. So the proposal for grading the property, that's not addressing the concrete that's.
No, it is.
Oh, it is, okay.
So we're gonna go halfway in there. You'll see it's almost like a line where there's no grass and
Yeah.
behind it is.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go there and we're gonna repitch it. There's so much to work with. It's probably 9 inches higher towards the sidewalk side than it is towards the back. So we're just gonna kind of maintain that, bring it back down, readjust the sprinklers on that section, and then the Bahia sod on top of it.
Okay, and any concrete, I don't know who's, microphone, that's going to include the removal of any of that concrete?
All associated costs, so that they're in the regrading, that's removing the concrete, getting it out of harmony, the dump fees, the whole 9. So that proposal is for the complete easement repair.
Okay, do we have any questions related to these 2 proposals? To start.
So the second one, is the homeowner gonna be happy with what's gonna be fixed there with his proposal?
So it's a 2-part. It's the sidewalk.
Sidewalk is the main.
Equal complaint as, I mean, and there's evidence where it was grinded. I went down there. So like I said, there's about 80 to 85 feet section and there's probably 9 or 10 scrape marks. The roots are extremely problematic on that section as they are some of the oldest oak trees.
Right.
So I agree with what you were saying, schoolhouse and Catbrier, that's where the start point should be.
Yeah.
And that's also the traffic of the school.
Right.
So to me, that's a no brainer, but yeah, I mean, we can correct our portion in the verge, but the sidewalk will still have to be addressed almost immediately or that problem with that homeowner is not gonna go away.
Right.
So.
All right, well, at least this will,
The sidewalk, I mean, these proposals are nice, but we're gonna do those, but yet there's some areas like this man's house where the sidewalk really needs to be done. I'm not sure we have them listed by critical and
Priority,
right. So
It might-
and that's neither here nor there for you, but yeah.
Well, where the sidewalks highway have bad irrigation, so every single spot where the sidewalk, we're having pipe issues, so it's almost, they're related, so. Like it's Catbrier and 5 Oaks is,
so I think, looking forward, when we go and do replace some of these panels, we're gonna need y'all to be there during these to evaluate the land, the irrigation and.
I was gonna bring that up.
Yeah,
So
so it's gonna be
there's miles and miles of piping underneath, from main lines to lateral lines. So on average in the verge, let's say there's 6 pipes running. Most of them, they do run along the curb at the road. However, they do jump and go under. So what I propose with whoever you go with, if you let us know ahead of time, what we'll do is we'll do IMC irrigation inspections before and after. While it's unearthed, I'll have Oscar go over there and we'll evaluate that. I'd also like to evaluate the roots that are being removed. So the feeder roots, if you remove the wrong one, it will kill the tree within weeks. Some of these are problematic where they will fall on a home or a car. There's not a way they will fall without it. So we will also have to, with doing this project, there's thousands of trees. Understand that we will have to be a little bit more critical on the health of our trees. And if we see something, we have to notify it right away because it'll, I mean, can't eat, and it'll just die quickly.
And so what's the mitigation in that case? You just have to build up the sidewalk higher? I mean, what do you do?
So fortunately, what we're seeing is a lot of the roots are kind of running along with the curb at this stage, at that area. As they get older, the problem will change and grow. But as it stands right now, I think it should be individual basis. So if you send a crew out and said, hey, United, we're gonna be on 5 Oaks and we're gonna head this way, I would just stick a team member there. Once they left for the day, we would inspect, we would see water, because the last thing I want is a cracked pipe 3 inches below this brand new wet concrete. So we would have to work hand in hand with whoever
for the replacements.
Right.
The grinding, that
You're
does,
not-
that mean. we're
No,
not
that,
gonna
that
be
doesn't interfere with our,
Right.
I mean, unless the grinder, but I hope not.
No.
Right. Right, okay. All right, I will, move to accept, both proposals 168852 and 168841 in the amounts of 3,280 and 2,297 to address the issues that we've been discussing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Lucas?
I second.
Seconded. Any other discussion we want to have on these two proposals? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Okay.
Opposed? Sorry, microphones. Our motion carries. Thank you. We have, following is ratification of a few, do you want to speak to these, Nick, or?
Oh, well, yeah, I'm here. I'm all yours.
Okay, so ratification, we had a tree removal on Sundrop. We have the Ashley Park tree removal and replacement, dog park valve, and a 4-inch dog park mainline repair.
Correct.
Were there any issues or anything unexpected with any of?
So the two trees, they're scheduled in June. I pushed as quick as I can, but to be transparent, everyone's doing all the trimming, and I did move it because it is a risk. I did speak with the homeowner and let them know, that we're on it. So I look for that to be done in the next 2 weeks. The dog park, so for every zone, there's a valve. So we've had 3 mainline breaks in 1 year at the dog park. That's where I found the split fitting. That's also where I found the fitting that was not glued. So every mainline, I instruct my team and to whatever they replace, they need to drop off. So I need to investigate it so I can see what it is. Is it root pressure? Is it pebbles? But this was installation fail. It split right in half. I haven't seen anything like it. So look at a 90-degree angle. It's split literally in half. So
Okay.
when we cut it, I just went like this with my hands and there was only primer. So what happens is like in a drought, and they'll normally, you'll see irrigation really go up, because we can see it, but also the soil gets loose. So it's not packed in to hold it in, it can move it, and it blew. The valve, when you do a mainline repair, you're gonna get dirt somewhere or the other, and one grain of sand can get a solenoid stuck. This particular solenoid and valve, the underside was completely gone, the ring. It was original from like 2003. I'm shocked it was still functioning. Nonetheless, we did repair that as well. We did have one today that I wasn't even able to send to you yet. But that was 25 feet of piping, 20 yards away from that.
Wow.
So in the roots, they went in there, they didn't even get the shovels out. It was chainsaws and pickaxe. Yeah, it was sent to me later, and that is at 3/3/56 as we discussed. And there was one more audience comment that an individual mentioned Sebastian Bridge and the 5 Oaks, the hedge that was dead. That belongs to the HOA. I can reach out to Mark. I've informed him of this when we discussed trimming the oak trees. But that's not ours. It's by Burnham's. They're dead by the well.
Okay.
We do the trees there, but I can reach out to Mark, but we do not maintain that section other than if a limb falls.
There was another gentleman, Donald Venti, I think. He's at 3393. I didn't catch the road.
Sagebrush.
Sagebrush.
Yeah, he sat with me.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you were, yeah.
Yeah, and I said, "Hey, man, I'm right here."
I have landscaped it.
Right, and he goes, "Oh." So what I'll do is I'm gonna go over to his house, knock on the door, and see what I can do. I don't want to speak on it now because I
Yeah,
don't even know.
But if that's something we can approve through either you, Dan, or somebody to.
From what he was saying, though, don't quote me, it doesn't sound like a massive job. I don't know if I agree with this pricing on sod.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. I wish this guy would call me.
And we have irrigation in place there?
That, like I said, I need to look
We
at it.
evaluate, right.
I have IMC reports, but I don't have them on me. Otherwise I could just look.
Sure. Okay.
But I will evaluate this week and I will follow up with you and I can let you know my findings. If it's something we can turn around quick and it's pretty cheap, maybe I can get it squeezed in if you guys approve it before next month, though.
Okay.
Offset it.
Okay,
All
awesome.
right, so I will move to ratify, we have contract 163918 in the amount of 965. 163933 in the amount of 2,233.96. 163309 in the amount of $527.88, and 163309. I said that already. There's two on that one.
Yeah, that's confusing, the same invoice.
Yeah, there might be a typo in these proposals. It has the same price and.
We actually, yeah, I received an email from Mr. Farnsworth in regards to, then I consulted with Nick, that's the one I called you.
Yeah.
So they were literally within, what, 5 feet of each other?
Like 8.
8 feet of each other, so, that's why
Yeah.
they were put on the same, even though they're listed.
If you'd like, if you want to wait on that, I can put it on a different one.
Oh, I mean, we're just ratifying.
Two different breaks, one's a mean and one's a stump.
There was a small dog.
Correct.
So the dollar amounts for those repairs that were done were different from what's shown on here?
So
Make
that's
sure I
the
understand.
proposal, but there's two items itemized differently twice.
I don't know which one. I don't have my laptop in front of me. Are they the same price or different prices?
Okay,
If they're both the same price, if you would like to wait on that until I can verify, but I don't have that in front of me.
one says dog park stuck valve, labor and materials to replace stuck valve,
Yep.
527.88. The other one says Harmony CDD, dog park stuck valve, labor. I mean, it's about the same price, same place.
It's the
Similar
same
scope.
price. It says both say stock valve.
And the same proposal number, yeah.
Yeah, so then there's, yeah, so if the go, only do the one until, if there was only one valve.
Okay.
So why there's two, I don't know,
Right.
but there was only one valve and one main
I
line.
did it by proposal number, so there are only three then.
Okay, cool.
163309 for the amount of 527.88 is the third and final proposal in my motion to ratify by United Landscaping.
Second.
Lucas seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries, thank you.
I do have a
Uh,
question. I don't, I'm kinda, now on our contract, when it's on the homeowner side of the sidewalk, that's on them because of insurance purposes. However, at the west entrance, the contractor, he built those townhomes. I'm not kidding, 4 feet from the sidewalk. And when he built them, the roof and the roots are some instances touching from day of.
The ones that are just building right now, right?
Correct. Like you walk out the front door, you're on the sidewalk. We're getting a lot of complaints and they're like, well, this isn't our tree. And I'm like, yo, I get it. You're right. It's not, but that's the property line. I don't know why the builder didn't do that. So I don't know how to move because if you look, we're within code. It's 10 feet over the sidewalk, but I mean, it's in someone's second story window. It was like that when they built literally right around it. It's on their side. But we're getting, my guys, when they go there every week, they'll run them out. Oh, yeah, or Fabian ran. So we tell them that, but that it's not satisfying. So I do predict that that's gonna be an issue in the next couple of months. I encourage the board to take that one day out and just look at it, how close it is. Cause we would almost have to come in there with chainsaws and it would almost look lopsided. I don't know why they were allowed to plant so close. I'm concerned if we trim it the way that it should be, according to that structure, it would be lopsided, like favorable, to one side or the other. Because they're 2 stories. And those trees are not as mature as, Catbrier, where they could take a hit like that.
Yeah.
We would go all the way up to one side and then the other side would be like a beautiful tree. It would almost look like someone took a ruler. And I just don't know that the health of the tree can take it. And we're talking like 30 trees.
Wow.
Well, and legally speaking, I mean, once, I mean, and Mike could attest we need to, but something that is crossing over onto someone's private property from the ground to the sky, they could do whatever they want with. Is that?
Well, we've told them weekly, multiple times.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's not dying down, so I do expect them to start coming here. But that's our answer, and it's not floating.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you have any, ideas for, mitigating that, but sounds like it's
I
just.
don't even know if I could propose to do it, like with our insurance cover because of something,
It's-
on that side.
I mean, at some point, I mean, if they're not even done building them yet. So, I mean, I'm not sure that we have exposure in that case. If it's the builder that came in and built their townhomes literally touching existing trees on CDD property, what do you think about that? Like,
I seen them lift the branch up to put shingles down. I'm serious. I'm not even trying to be funny.
So this is the first I'm hearing of this at all. I'll be happy to take a look at it. Or an email between now and then, but generally, the law in Florida is that if you have a tree limb or root encroaching onto your property by looking at a vertical line, you have the right to cut it at that vertical line, both the roots as well as the branches. And unless it's a defective tree, like it's a dying tree that we own on our property, if something were to happen, that's really on the homeowner. It's not on liability. Now, if we have noticed that there's a defective tree, like it's been hit by lightning, and it's dying or it's leaning or something like that, and it's on our property, we should take care of it. But the law does not require us to go and trim the limbs up so that they don't touch somebody's house.
My question is, so let's say they know that and they trim it all the way up, but it affects the health of our tree, but they were in the right. Because now, with those trees being there, it's almost like something's gotta give, because at some point, there's gonna, something.
I'm sorry, maybe it's just me, I'm getting tired, but why don't we have this conversation at the staff level rather than doing it now?
Sure.
Okay. Sounds good. That was my only question.
Thank you, Nick, and for being proactive with this and many other resident issues. We really appreciate all your work.
That's all I have for my report. If you have any questions, I'll answer them. Best of my ability.
Thank you, Nick. Think we're good? Oh,
you do.
Julie? Yeah.
What, you hear me?
Yeah.
What were we gonna do with
A little more into the mic, sorry.
the pool?
Yeah.
What's that shit? The pool. They built the pool and they were gonna regrade it.
Behind Dark Sky.
Yeah. So in.
David's mentioning it in his engineer.
Okay, cause I know in March, we said, we'll give them the chance to grow grass, then you planted it and then.
I said, let's wait until David.
Yeah.
Oh, are we talking about
The house on Dark.
Where you graded the easement, roll-up was shown.
Right.
50-50? We did put some seed down because I was, after I left, I said, we're not gonna have any washouts. And then we had a washout. So I'm like, oh, man.
Right.
So I felt
then-
responsible. So I put some seed down. The only portion that I'm concerned about is at the very top of the hill. It has washed out where there's the burlap there.
Okay.
But the bottom portion, I inspected it 4 days ago. The seed is popping because the water does there, but there's a little section where they didn't grade right. So water's not getting to the drain. It's not as big of I would have to give you a new proposal with a different number because it's not gonna cost that much to correct the problem now.
Okay, yeah.
I just wanted to ask because I was not there today for the meeting. I was there with Oscar. Oscar
Okay.
mentioned all of the growth that's there. And I went down there with, actually, well,
Hmm.
at the time. All the growth that's there is in fact not grass.
Well, I could show you on sections on the side because I put the seed there and I can show you it's Pensacola bahia. So it starts off, if you're growing hair, you go through an ugly phase. Well, it's got a little ugly phase, but it is in fact Pensacola and it is well, Oscar, but it wouldn't cost that much to correct it. Like I said, there's only one section where the burlap, we would, fix that. Maybe an additional seating, but I would push it for July. Maybe on the slope, we would do a couple of pieces of sod, but as far as like going in there with like 3 pallets, I don't think we need to go that far. Now with the bad hands.
Appreciate that. Yep.
Thanks, Nick.
Anything else for Nick? All right, thank you.
Appreciate
All right. Next, field inspection report.
I'm so sorry, but because I've seen it via data, but I see that it's not even right.
they're replacing a proposal, it's going to the other.
Yes, I did mention that. We we have the, contractors, we wanted to get Nick. He's, way through all that. We are absolutely going to be discussing item I on the agenda under business items. Yes, we are. But we're getting through the staff reports. We have our lawyer here. We want to get through the regular business of the meeting and then have time to discuss that we need to. I understand. I had final say on it being on the agenda. It's on the agenda. We will discuss it. Thank you. Yep. Raul, let's go.
Sorry. Good evening, Raul for records, Harmony CDD Field Manager. I want to go over a couple items from the agenda, and then I just got a couple notes that I would like to share with you guys. As in for the first item that we have, that's the drain system for the swimming club. We do have an existing problem with that, because it's clogged. So basically every time that it rains a lot or that we have to flush the pool, I mean, the water is coming out through those drains, not running properly. I mean, we already contacted every Hampshire. He already sent some vendors. I met the vendor on site. He took the measurements and basically did his part. So basically, I believe that David is gonna present the proposal for that specific thing and the drain system. Going over, as most of the residents have been, there was mentioned about the mulch. We have been working on the mulch project. Basically, we did all the 5 parks that are in that side of the community. We're only missing 2. The one that are in Meadowbrook and Furthergrass. Those are the only 2 playgrounds that we're missing. So far, we are 130 yards that we already throw. We're gonna need like almost 60 more to complete the whole project of all the playgrounds. I'm looking forward with my team to complete that by next week between Wednesday and Thursday. That'll be the other 2 on that side and add more mulch in the ones that are in this side. For item 12, that will be in the Buck Lake area, the restrooms, and in that area, we were having problems every single day because the mosquitoes and all the bugs and everything will come in. So what we did, we put some screens in those areas to prevent that to happen. That was taking care of it. Item number 13, that was also taken care already. That same day that we did inspection. About item 16, we're working the 88 pads. We already replaced 10. There's 8 more that needs to be replaced. Those actually, I ordered the 88 pads to be installed. So basically, once I receive them, we're gonna continue working to have those pads replaced. And as in the last item that we have, which is the dog park at the Cap Briar, we are working on that already. What we're doing, actually, we're replacing the fence. I mean, the fence needs to be replaced. That fence is really, really old, and the dogs, I mean, in the bottom, once they start digging and everything, they're breaking the fence. Yeah. So basically, what we did, when we already started working on that project, we're halfway. The thing is, we gotta buy more materials. So basically, I just gonna go schedule, all depends on the need of the community, based on what we need, our basic daily routine. So I'm looking forward for the following week that we can continue after we finish the mulch project to continue with that one. I don't know if any of you guys have any question about the inspection.
Let's see, for item 19, for the new light, can you give some more detail on that?
Okay, so basically the new lights, the lights that, the model that you guys had here, I wasn't able to find the same model, so I had to buy a new one.
Right.
But the one that I bought, it has more power than the other ones. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna replace all of them to this particular because, this is a new model. And then the old one, this one particular, we can adjust it from 30, 20, and 40. The luminance of the light.
As in brightness?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, if you come in at night, there's like one spot.
Yeah,
of-
yeah.
So I mean, yeah, I'm worried even if we turn down the brightness, is it still going to be 3 spots versus is there something that's maybe more diffuse and.
No, but that one is only one. The only spot is only one light that we replace. There's, each side has three.
Yeah, I know, but you can see if you come at night, and I mean, we're at night now, so you see when you leave, there's it's the far right, and there's a very bright circle of light. It's
That's the highest one that it has, so we gotta bring it down.
okay. I'd like to see that adjustment made.
Okay.
To see whether it will just be 3 circles of light versus is it gonna be more, because that's not gonna look very good at
Okay.
night if it's.
Okay,
you wanna
so
make sure it's-
what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna have once I have that done, I'm gonna let you know, and then we just go from there.
Okay.
Item 17, not really pertains to the fence, but what's the schedule like for pressure washing sidewalks?
So, okay, I was about to go that, for pressure washing, we actually continue working on the pressure washing. Actually, today I had one of my field staff, remember, they were pressure washing the 5 Oak coming down from, North Lake in this direction. All the left side is already complete, all the way into, from the swimming club, all the way to the top to the North Lake. So now we just coming down.
Okay.
They were pressure washing the sidewalk and the curb as well.
Okay.
Continuously every single week, I'm gonna have a member, well, my fields up there, continue all the way, we can get down here and then continue along the community.
Okay. Are they doing that daily?
No, so basically, yeah, I have a personal,
Person to work that?
design,
Okay.
specific assigned to that, yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
So once they're here, that will be daily, but that will be between Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, those
Okay.
3 days, yes.
3 days a week, and how much, say, in a given day of work, or is able to get done?
So basically, once we fill out the tank, all depends how bad is the sidewalk, we can, I mean, that will depend. I'm looking forward between the next week and the next week that to be as far as either Feathergrass or about Meadowbrook, already in that area. That way we just can continue progressively.
Right, and that's coming back from, you
North Lake.
went out to north and now you're working your way back down.
Yes,
Okay.
correct, yeah. Our way down is gonna be quicker because on the left side, we had the big sidewalk. So now there's a small size, so definitely it's gonna be faster.
So thank you for that, but just please make sure they stay on that. That has been that slipped a while for the resident that came here and had the request, so. just make
Yeah,
that
for sure,
gets-
for sure. Oh, okay, I know a couple of residents at the beginning, they were mentioned, about mold in the pool. Here in the swimming club, which I personally completely disagree because 2 weeks ago, we had the Florida Health Inspection, in the pool, in the swimming pool, in the Ashley Park and the splash pad. If that would be mold, we wouldn't pass the inspection.
Can
So-
you help identify what that substance is?
So we currently have a problem with the pH of the pool, with the chemicals. We are working with Ecolab to, that way they can adjust that because what they do basically, they have a system that they will throw the chemical automatically. There's not a design person that comes here and throw it and that system is very advanced. So that they can control that with an iPad.
So that's the thing was that we switched to Ecolab. And they told us that they would have a monitoring system. But correct me if I'm wrong, that they would be able to identify if the chemicals weren't putting into the pool weren't enough to make it healthy or,
Yeah, their system was supposed to, remove the need for the daily, measuring the pH drops and all that. Do you have a comment for that, Joseph? I mean,
I was looking into Ecolab, so based off the.
Like-
Minutes that I've read, contracts that Ecolab has with the district, that system is in place as a computerized system. What I understand, it's not any one person on the other end evaluating these levels and then pressing a button and adding more. So that system, so I don't think that in this sense, it's being done continuously. I think it's on a schedule. It's probably not reading the page drops itself, which is why.
right, so that's a contract performance issue with Ecolab then. Okay, so what are we doing to remedy that?
So we contact, they're supposed to come out and assess, and see if there's an issue, one, either with the equipment that's not properly giving enough chemical or assessing the pH of the balance, and go from there.
We're not reading it. Okay, is that then scheduled or when?
So, yeah, basically because we're looking forward to receive them between this week and the following. We have the same system in the Ashley pool, and we don't have that problem in the Ashley pool. So it's basically this pool and the specific also, we can see that in the small pool. But the small pool, since I've been here in October, I had never seen no one in that pool, the small one. So I literally, the floor from the small pool that we have in the swimming area, I mean, it's the same. And we add Clorox, we brush it with a metal brush and everything, that just doesn't come out at all.
It's like a permanent.
Yeah,
Well, you've seen the pictures that our residents.
Yeah,
have
for sure, yeah.
posted, right? So you're saying that's strictly because of the pH level?
so basically, we pressure wash it, we charge pressure wash it. We add directly like Clorox to clean it, we just brought the water level down, that way it will be straight to that area. We brush it with a metal brush, just doesn't come out at all.
Okay, so my question is, we brought up the pool stuff before, and also, over the past 2 months since we've last had a meeting, we've had residents reaching out about the conditions of the pool. So is the answer that we still don't have a date locked in with Ecolab to be out here?
So we've been back and forward with them. They already came here. They inspect the other pool, they inspect this one, so they gotta come back to confirm what is the specific reason that we having that problem in the swimming club. What I can do, tomorrow I can contact them directly and I can just send an email to you guys, that way I can have a specific answer or for the day that they will be here. For sure, that way we all can be on the same page when they're gonna be here on site.
Yeah, I think the highest priority is with summer coming around the corner to get that pool up to par and make sure everything's clean and it's, yeah,
About-
organized and.
And I know that resident mentioned about the furniture, the umbrellas, the furniture, this has been a problem that's been for a long time. That furniture just, it's in a point right now, they just doesn't hold anymore. No more chemical, we
Yeah.
add directly Clorox,
No.
we pressure wash
No,
the
that's
table.
that's understandable. That's,
And yes,
they're falling apart. They're
Yeah,
old.
correct.
So,
The umbrella, the
that's-
same thing.
yeah.
With the umbrella, I mean, if the board wants, I can just go ahead and buy a new umbrella, but what if those umbrella doesn't fit with the new furniture? Then basically we're wasting money there. But I mean, if you would like me to
I think-
proceed,
No, that's, you're right about the sequencing. If we're, talking about replacing the furniture, we should do that before we buy umbrellas for the furniture that might, be replaced.
It makes sense to have the vendors coming out, sort of deliver proposals for everything we need. We knew we needed umbrellas, we haven't had umbrellas, and they're not included in the proposals.
Right, and Swartz, they did say if we have adjustments, whether we just want to do one pool to start or add umbrellas, we could get them.
I think we
to
could
add that.
probably buy some cheap umbrellas for the summer and get away with it. I mean,
We don't have pool attendants, so unless we have a pool attendant, we really shouldn't have them both.
there's umbrellas on the other tables. There's just the ones. They're all gone?
we got like 2, 3.
Oh, except two.
Yeah.
We just pull up. It could be a real-
Unless if you would like us to proceed with new umbrellas, and then before we leave every single day, we remove them, but that's gonna be at 4 o'clock. So after 4 o'clock, that's gonna be, I mean, we can do that. I can have my team scared to do that, but that would be another option.
Something cheap, it's not going to last very long.
I understand that. It's just,
Even
we're
if it's
leaving
a-
our pool bare for the summer and there's gonna be residents complaining about that, but.
$600 invoice for labor for 2 people to remove weed piles.
Well, there was part of they came from Celebration. They had to come here to assist us with the leaves. When we had all this big issue, there was a couple areas in Cap Briar, right in front of big houses around that area, that they were just making bolt of leaves right in front of the storm drain system. If we receive rain and that will go inside the storm system, I mean, that could cause flooding issues eventually when we get the storm. So we just went ahead to prevent that to happen.
So
That
to
makes
add-
sense.
To add to that, I had a conversation with the chair, often, in regards to this, because I did receive a few emails from residents in regards to the piles. So I consulted a director of field services to see if Infomark had something where we can clean up in the truck or something along those lines. He then gave me a proposal, something that you see in front of you, where we can get these leaf piles taken care of
for the district. And that's where all of this.
Right,
Just-
and that's, again, so that was, Angela, you want to say something?
I just want to interject, that proposal shouldn't be in there, that's something that we can do. There's no.
I was about to say that.
The leaf piles, I mean, we're in the, May right now, the leaf, fall has already happened and they were dealt with by landscaping.
There are residents.
The point that I'm trying to get to is exactly what Angel just said, and that it should fall under general maintenance responsibility of the field services, which is why I'm wondering why we have a $600 invoice for it.
Okay, well, I don't think there's a need to accept this proposal because this is more of an exercise to see, does Infomark have this capability in-house to deal with this? Because it was something that at times had been dealt with by Nick and the landscapers.
Private staff, I don't know why it wasn't in our scope as far as delineated. There was a lot of conversation prior to about how the board wanted to get rid of, the county's supposed to come and sweep the roads as well. They don't do it. So it's kind of been a back and forth thing, but we can work that out and see what it is. But this proposal will pick up the leaf piles and this proposal should not.
Okay, yeah, so that's, I mean, it's information that we can, act on later, whether it's when we're, talking about the district management and field services scope of work, or if it's a one-time thing that it was, really bad this year and, we need it done kind of an ad hoc basis to supplement what landscapers are doing. $600 is in the noise.
No, but it's a slap in the face to the people who do their own needs.
Oh, if this is removal.
If you remember when he came to sweep, so many people would have moved their cars, then only about 2/3 of the community who got swept, well, it would be done for free,
Right.
I just get frustrated with some of these things.
That's part of the conversation and gone back and forth,
Yeah.
and why your staff wasn't doing it as far as, and when you talk about during the leaf drop where it's full blown leaf drop, it's a lot. And your current staff with 5 people wouldn't be able to do that, their current stuff, but I think that's part of the conversation.
You think some people could notice those trees when they bought their houses?
That's what I always go back to. I'm like, you bought the house, like it's an oak tree, like it's gonna have leaves that gonna fall.
All right, do we have any other questions? Oh,
I just want
Oh, the
to,
speed.
go over this proposal that we have here. This will be for the Ashley pool. And this is the problem that we have right now.
Is that the one you were telling me about yesterday?
Yes, ma'am, yeah. So this will be, that proposal is to fix this. This is located at the Ashley pool.
Do you think that's vandalism or is this something?
It's hard to tell because, I mean, we wasn't there when it happened, just the next time when we came, it was like that. Actually, we went in and tried to see if actually it was paint or something, but literally it's just the concrete, the surface that has to be redo in that area.
Okay.
All right, so it says if they find as more than the 3x3 feet, they will bill the additional labor materials as an extra 2 above price. Okay.
Yeah.
Move to approve.
What's that?
Move to approve.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Right. And that was for the Speeds proposal for
$495.
perfect. Do we have any other questions for Raul Field Services? Yes, Julie?
What were those 2 trucks doing by the dump park?
So basically, I call, actually, I was with meeting with Joseph. We tried to call, but we didn't have a receiver and no answer at all.
They're just not.
Yeah.
People. We had a meeting together. We could call, see if they would answer simultaneously. No.
I swear they were digging for oil. The back of this truck looked like it was oil.
No, I went over, but by the time that you received the message, by the time that I went there, they were already gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where was that located?
Right in front where the new building for the what the county bought, right in front of that area and the entrance, they were in the left side.
There was 2 trucks for 2 days. Yeah, and I should have just walked over.
Well,
and said, "What are you
that's
guys
the property that we're talking about, the maintenance facility, right? So maybe David will know something about in his report, which is up next. Do we have any other questions for Raul? Yeah, okay.
Again, I think like the end of March, beginning of April, we had sat down and you, Howard, and Sal, Joseph, we discussed a couple things, one of them being the logging or lack of a logging system. Howard, you mentioned that you guys use one internally, that you were gonna be finding out about essentially extending that, so that there is a better record keeping system, because even though we've sat here and had these conversations since I first came on about how there's just no record, we've talked about Raul's Excel sheet and taking things off of it, but the fact of the matter is that there's still no consistency with turnaround time for simple things like access cards, for simple things like requests for Harmony common areas. There is no consistency still. And the reason is, and I've been screaming this to the top of my lungs, guys, for months. The reason is that the system is not scalable. There's no way for Raul to keep track of everything that comes in. There's no checks and balance system. There's no way for Joseph, if Raul's slightly overwhelmed this week, for Joseph to go in and see, okay, Raul took care of this, this, and this, I can just pick up here. And so going back to bringing, a couple residents brought up the app. Essentially, as we've discussed, what you guys are asking of us is to make this investment to streamline your management company. And so I have to circle back to this yet again. It's been time after time, month after month, but where are we? Do we have something solid to offer us?
So with regards to an internal system, that's something that I'm going to see if it's actually going to create efficient work order system for Harmony. Because when we fall down, and make it inefficient for all of these citizens. So I'm still currently testing that in a testing format, not live yet. So I'm still exploring. Now, with regards to access cards, there already is a system in place for that. So I'm not sure.
What is the system?
Well, it goes through our role creates a
Right?
and it ships and he looks the color.
Right, but my point is that there's been no consistency as far as turnaround time for that stuff. Things get slipped through the cracks all the time. And I could sit here and pull up my email. I mean, I've CC'd you all time and time again of things that slip through. And I can bring up one from as early as this week where I had to follow up and say, hey, resident reached out to me and said they still haven't got their approval for this. And then that same day, she reached out and said, oh, I got it taken care of. Obviously, because I had to nudge. And this is the case time and time again. And I feel like you're all looking at me really confused where I've CC'd you in every email where, come on, guys. The response.
I'm not.
Yeah, okay.
And so there was a procedure in place to observe the facility for them, which was done. And Raul was waiting for feedback from the resident with regards to the deposit.
I'm sorry, with regards to?
With regards to the deposit. So that's for preserving, I guess that's what you're talking about.
I am talking about that. Obviously, there's some discrepancies in the conversation here because she sent me the proof of everything submitted. And then as soon as I reached out to Raul and Joseph, I don't know if I CC'd you too, asking about what the status of this was because the residents not heard back in a week plus. It was miraculously, you guys had everything you needed and it was approved and taken care of and they sent her the confirmation.
Well, I can add something to that. Basically, when she contacted me, she asked me about the check, I asked a question on whose name was the check. It was under her husband, her name. Once she sent me that over, this past week, I was basically in the field. I went straight to the office, to do the office work because I was out in the field grinding with my team because I'm out there working with them. Once that we had the long weekend, we wasn't here Monday, and then Tuesday when I came in, it was not just because you sent the email. That was the day I came back here. That's when I responded. But the email that I sent over to you today, since she sent the request, that day was already separate to her. The only thing that we were missing just to confirm if the deposit was on file, she will have to provide a new one. But the spot and everything was already secure in my system, my calendar.
It's great, but if the resident doesn't know, they can't make plans moving forward. So even though you went ahead and toggled in your system, yes, this is approved, they can use it. Resident has no idea. So residents reaching out hey, my party's a week away and I haven't heard anything back and I send out invites or not.
Well, for the party is for June 21st. I mean,
Hypothetically speaking. the
so
point is
what
that
I'm-
there's still no, you guys are getting it, the point is that there's still no consistent turnaround time, there's still no.
All right, well,
consistency.
I understand you're trying to make a point, but we're never gonna get through this meeting if we don't move forward. And my recommendation to you, if you really want to prove these things out, you can't say he said, she said. You have to put a story together with documentation proving,
Did that.
Okay.
They've been CC'd on it, so they know, and now is the time, now is my time.
yeah, but there's other people that need to come up here and,
Done because you want me to be done. If you need to go, you can, I'm not.
oh, thank you, thank you.
So I'm not. done.
Okay,
Let's keep-
this is how we're
let's
gonna be.
stick to-
Okay, let's go.
Let's stick to the agenda, which is.
Come on, let's go, keep continuing. We'll be here till 12.
So, thank you. We can sit here and go back and forth like we have, listen, it's 9:09, okay? I run two businesses, I got 3 kids, my husband's still sitting here, I wanna go home too, okay? I've been here since 4:15. The point is that we will sit here, meeting after meeting, month after month, going over the same issue because we've still had no resolution since I sat in this seat in November. We've still received, there's been nothing new. No strides made, no nothing, and we're still having the same conversation.
Where's your solution?
Do we not pay this manager? I'm sorry, what the heck are you on? We pay this manager coming over.
You're bringing-
$5 million a year, Lucas. What is wrong with you?
What is wrong with me?
Okay, hold on, okay, we don't need, we,
I work for the residents here. The system is not right. It's broken. Clearly, because we have residents waiting ridiculous amount of times for things as simple as access cards. And so if that's the case with something as simple as an access card, the higher level stuff is, come on, guys, we ought to get on the same page.
Question on the access cards. Are you positive that these people have filled out the application form and sent it to the proper place?
Yeah, I always confirm that. I always confirm that with Raul or Joseph. Hey, you got this, right? And I have to go back 9 times out of 10, guys. I have to go back and like double check.
Well, I'm just curious if you
Yeah, I
actually
do.
looked at their application to make sure they filled it.
I do, and not that they're always seamless, not that they're always seamless, right? We're dealing with residents here, but the point is, and again, guys, if I have to go back and say, hey, did this resident get their card? It's because the system doesn't work. I shouldn't have to be
What
doing.
kind of time frame do you think it should be?
I'm not reaching out if it's not been at least a week. At least a week. And I think about, February meeting, I think they told us that the turnaround time was gonna be 2 to 3 days for an access card. So if I'm waiting a week, and sometimes more than that, again, there's something fundamentally wrong. And I don't think it's unreasonable to ask our management company to properly manage. And access cards is just the tip of the iceberg. I don't understand why we're acting like this is brand new information.
No, it's just that I've gotten several access cards and it's always been done in 1 or 2 days. And so I'm wondering if we have like a 99%
Yeah.
success rate and you're only hearing from the 1%. We can't make everybody happy all the time because there are other things that go on, like sidewalk finding that he was doing.
Yeah.
So the access cards maybe took an extra day or 2.
For
So
sure.
that's all I was
For
just
sure,
trying to
but what
see,
we only have, and you can look at the revenue from the access cards that we get. When you only have, X number of revenue of access cards being requested. And you got like 20% of them not being dealt with in a timely fashion, that's a big. enough
They're
amount.
$10 a card.
Only for replacement cards, only for replacement cards.
Just that make how much they. told
Well,
us.
if you're talking about revenue, I mean, that's minuscule.
To see how many cards are being requested, and then what the margin of error is there. That's the point that I'm.
But that doesn't tell you how many are requested.
Well,
Because-
how easy would it be for you to provide us with that? How many access cards have been requested this fiscal? What was the average turnaround time for each one of them, given that you had everything that you needed? And then that should be easy for us to figure out. How easy would it be for you to provide us with that?
I can answer that. So, very difficult. I'll tell you why.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
yeah. Got it, Mike, up.
Very difficult, and I'll tell you why, because I would say since November, there's been a lot of, I guess I can say, outreach to you in particular, regarding a lot of these access cards. And instead of the residents reaching out to Raul or myself to get this done, it's been reached out to you, and half the time we aren't aware until the email is finally sent over to us.
The
Yeah.
same day. When I get it, I just hold.
I have emails, I've got a stack of emails here that show that's not the case. I will,
Care how long it took to process that afterwards?
that I can't because I'm not directly involved with that.
Okay. If the board would like that information, we can absolutely get that information. We keep the information as far as what comes in to get access cards done. We can provide that. As far as the turnaround time, yes, I think we've always said if we try to get it in 48 hours, that should be a standard time. If it's going over that, then yes, there could be a problem. There could be extenuating circumstances. However, with saying that, the resident or whoever is sending that in should be notified, and there should be some sort of communication there. If we are failing on that, we will absolutely address that because that is not acceptable. And this has been the same process at least since I've been here. And every now and then, absolutely, there have been a few people here and there, but for the most part, this is the first time I'm hearing, aside from the emails that a board member has sent in, that this is a huge problem. I'm not saying it's not, I'm just saying this is the first time, and this has been the same process for a very long time. If we need to change it, happy to look into it and what we need to do.
Well, part of the conversation was we went through this whole process of looking at different issue reporting and tracking systems, which.
Celebration, go.
Right, yes, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would, we'd be pulling all of the resident reporting tasks into that, and through that system would have reporting on how many reports there were, how long it
Which is
took.
what
to
I
get there.
advocated for, and nobody wanted to do it.
Well,
They wanted to do, for their community, and they paid for that.
right, and well, that's the sticking point. They agreed to pay for it because that was, as far as a contract deliverable, that wasn't in the scope of what we have as our contract for district management. I guess maybe there's a tacit expectation that we'd be able to dig into this information if we were seeing issues. I can remember there have been issues where a resident thought they had sent something in and went on Facebook or reached out to us, and it turns out they had sent to the wrong email address. And if it's an email-based system, that's something that just might happen, and there's not a recourse built in versus if we.
Okay? There was supposed to be a new fancy email created just for Harmony residents, blah, blah, blah. Email bounces back. I sent you guys 2 separate emails. Pull them up right now where I CC'd almost every single one of you. I didn't even get a response. How do I respond to the residents when they're saying, hey, the email's bouncing back, and I emailed each one of you, tagged each one of you, and I didn't even get a response as to why is the email bouncing back when I have multiple residents' emails like, hey, you know what, great, thanks for this new email, it doesn't work.
Yep, and I reported it when.
Did you get a response?
After a week after I first reported it.
You sent it to the wrong email address. You acknowledged in your email. I was copied on all of those. I'm not talking about the wrong email address. I'm talking about the new email address that you guys established for us that now bounces back. That no one, not Raul, not Joseph, not you, Angel, not Howard, neither one of you responded to my multiple emails about. That is correct. Okay, but again. Did you respond, Joseph? No.
Howard did.
Responded where? Can you pull it up? Or forward it to me, so we don't waste any more time here, but that's a bold-faced lie.
Okay.
Just forward it.
As far, okay. We have an agenda we need to work through. We have 2 more staff members we haven't even gotten to yet. Do we have anything else specific to the field services that Raul can address now?
My end, I don't have nothing else.
No, you're dismissed.
Thanks. David, long time no see. District Engineers Report.
Better have good news.
The record, David Hamster, District Engineer. Let me go over my things quickly since it's getting late. First item is the Harmony Community Pool. We had solicited some quotes to basically flush out the 7 drains and the connecting pipes. We got two bids, one from Shenandoah, one from Atlantic Pipe Services. They're literally only $60 apart. We've used Atlantic Pipe Services for several years. I wanted to at least get a second bid, so I didn't show any favoritism. We did reach out to both of them to see how quickly they can get out there. Atlantic Pipe Services responded quickly and said we can get out there as soon as quick as possible. I think for the $60 more, I'm comfortable going with Atlantic Pipe Services. But I'm looking for the board's direction or questions, what you want to do to get those drains fixed.
Sorry, we are going to have better microphones in place in the future. I would move to approve the proposal for APS to flush out the drains, proposal 7942 in the amount of $5,020.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 2, as you know, the garden shed has been officially approved by Osceola County. There's a copy of the certificate of completion and the agenda package. So as far as I know, the contractor's commitment is done. I know when I talked to Marilyn, she would like to get some pavers from the gravel road to the shed. I think that's something her group will work on, so.
Knowing her, she'll blame it on herself. Yeah.
Item number 3 is the, you can call it a pothole if you want to call it, at the intersection of Beargrass and the alleyway. I met with Raul in the field a couple of weeks ago. I don't mind filling it as a pothole today, but if you look at the figure I provided, that hole is sitting right on top of a pipe. It's usually an indication that there's a joint issue, but I don't want to spend the money yet to camera the pipe and get a quote to fix it. Let's go ahead and do the pothole, which is fairly cheap. I think
What kind of pipe?
it's a drainage pipe underneath, a concrete pipe underneath.
It's coming like from the.
It's right underneath the pothole going into the inlet down the alleyway. So I'm comfortable with Raul doing the pothole repair. If it comes back up again, then we know it's a pipe issue. But
Okay.
So it wasn't a paving issue?
no, because the rest of the alleyway looked fine, so.
All right, and there's not, I mean, that's within field services. That's not something we need to take action on.
Raul, you're comfortable doing the pothole repair? Okay. Next item is probably involve Mr. Michael to weigh in, but this is the, another example of a pool contractor using CDD property. This was quite a problem back in 2020 and 2021. The prior district attorney had developed a form. The prior Harmony staff was responsible to make sure that the pool contractor and the homeowner would sign that form, basically said they damaged the area, they were obligated to fix it. I'm not sure if the group wants to have Mr. Eckhart update that form and find out a process to make sure that the pool contractors or a home addition or anything that involves their CDD is approved first before they actually do the work. So it's more of a direction how you want to handle it moving forward.
I mean, that, you go ahead, Mike, you have.
Yeah, I looked at the document, but I saw it after the fact, after it was already signed. I would never do an easement. I mean, the easement gives away property rights. So you can do a license agreement that's revocable at any time, make sure you're collecting the deposit. And then the other thing you have to do is if you're gonna collect the deposit, you gotta be willing to cash the check immediately, right?
Right.
And it goes into the account, you don't just hold a check. And then if there's damage that isn't repaired at the conclusion of that work, take the money out of the deposit, do your repairs. Otherwise, you get into these protracted disputes with homeowners. And so that's my recommendation.
That's exactly what I said.
I don't, but that's what I recommend.
Okay,
You're gonna treat people differently, you're gonna get in trouble down the road.
okay, so,
This, we've already had Nick, the landscape expert, come up here and let us know that this grass is not dead. This grass is doing exactly what it needs to do. What are these pictures from?
I did. Mine was fairly recent.
Probably about
week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
I think I saw the 14th on them, so about 2 weeks old, 'cause I can tell you it doesn't look like that anymore. And again, we've already had Nick who's been seeding it, let us know that this grass is not dipped. And I would think it would be, so the grass doesn't look like that, Lucas. I don't know if you've done a site eval, I have.
Listen,
but
I know Nick
the
is an
grass doesn't-
expert in grass, but grass doesn't grow back.
Not talk over each other, please.
Jeez. The grass doesn't look like that anymore, and as Nick said, the grass is growing just fine. And let's be honest here. Okay, there's parts of the neighborhood that are seriously lacking, a lot more than this looks pretty bad, but it doesn't look like this anymore, so I don't think these pictures are fair. But all that to say, for us to sit here and say, you know what, this grass didn't grow absolutely perfectly, so now we're gonna keep your $2,500 deposit, when we as the board and the management company are failing in lots of other areas, we've already set that bar that it's pretty damn low right now, if you ask me, all right? Gathering all the resident input, the way that the neighborhood looks right now, the bar's pretty low. So for us to go ahead and say here, you know what, there's a tiny area where maybe it wasn't graded properly.
That's not my point tonight. We're talking
No,
about,
I understand, but we have to make a decision on these people's property too. We've been
But
holding their
that's not
deposit.
on what we're talking about right
my
now.
point is moving forward, making sure that this doesn't happen again and how we prevent, we get money up front. And I appreciate Nick doing that, but Nick shouldn't have done any of that. That's not his responsibility.
Right, we can't rely on, I mean, he went above and beyond, and again, we appreciate that. And what Mike's input is making sure that we are just, protected. I mean,
Better process for the future, yeah.
we need to be consistent.
Right, that's the issue, is that there's no consistency, because 2 months ago, we sat here having the same conversation where I said that a house 7 houses down had a pool put in. They were required no deposit, so there's already no consistent process, and that comes directly from our management company.
Okay, well, to remedy that, we have a recommendation to go forward. I mean, as a board, are we comfortable giving, council?
How do we find out when a pool contractor comes in? Who's notified? So that's what we got to figure it out. Yes, we had this issue in 2021 and 2020, but unless the CDE is informed that somebody's pulling a permit, how are we going to monitor, drop up and down the streets every day?
Well, we have field services, staff that is.
But then it's too late.
Well, if someone thinks that it's okay just to have a vendor show up and tear up property and not take responsibility for it, I mean, then there's other legal recourse that I think we'd have, but whether it's just a matter of we need to, publicize that, whether it's, through the HROA, like, hey, reminder, and maybe it gets sent out every year or something like that to, if CDD property needs to be accessed for home improvements, here's the process, and make sure we have something in place for that. You have a comment?
I do, yeah, just briefly. So other communities, it's not a new issue that we deal with. So other communities, either somebody in field service is gonna notice that something's going on, bring it to our attention. The other thing we can do is we can notify the HOA, hey, when you get an application for a pool to be installed, if it looks like there's any chance they're gonna need to access the CDD easements to be able to do that, please forward that to the district manager, and the district manager can review it and then identify how to deal with that issue.
Yeah, we've had building additions, we've had screening closures. It could be anything that requires them using our property. So,
Yeah, you're correct, David. Anything where they can't get to it in any other way, or it looks like they're gonna be using it, to just forward that so we can look at it. They can reach out to the resident saying, hey, are you intending to use CDD property? Because if you are, here's our process. Yeah, it's a great point you're bringing up.
so do you want and then when Mike gets up here, guide him to go ahead and do the alternate agreements?
We'll talk to that during his,
Okay.
portion, but yeah.
Okay.
Suggesting that we're gonna pay legal counsel to alter the agreement?
Well,
Or to define it?
he gave us his recommendation that, with the difference of an easement versus a license. And again, this isn't the first community of something like this needing to be done. I would assume that even within, council's law firm, having, experience with, are you guys gonna have a boilerplate?
I have a form that I've used in probably a dozen districts that I would basically put your name.
Okay, it doesn't.
Just failing to see how adding that is going to make a difference when we already have a system in place, a process in place that may work if there was consistency from the management company. But that's not been the case. So how is implementing a new step or addendum or changing the verbiage gonna change anything? All
Things are different. When I started this in 2020 and 2021, Harmony had their own staff. Infomark was even doing field services. I forget the gentleman's name, the tall Dutch guy that was doing all that work. So, the other two were very impactful. I mean, it was very bad, and how the whole thing started with the prior district council. So we're only asking to update Mike's recommendation and figure out how we get ahead of this. Yeah, this was not as bad as the other two that I've seen in Harmony, but we need to get something back in
Right, and
place.
we have HOA coverage, I believe, on every resident's property through one organization or another. So there's a understanding that it's not being done consistently, and we know how to fix it. We know to reach out to the various HOAs. We have a boilerplate form that we can improve our, reduce our exposure for issues like this in the future, and through the contact of the HOAs, be pulled into that process and have a chance to be more consistent, whoever it is that's doing it. So we have an answer in front of us. We will give, we'll,
Well, they could be charge these people anything, but the next person that does it, must do a lot of damage.
the part of being consistent is we have to start and,
Right.
right, we can't be consistent in the past. Joseph's trying to get a word in. Go ahead.
Just want to ask for clarification purposes. You're saying that we're not holding to the contract in which the residents, hold on, we're not holding to the contract in which the resident signed, and it does say in the verbiage of the contract that the resident has to return the easement back to its original state, which they have not did and refused to.
I don't think we've made that decision yet.
Okay.
We had
Just
the
wanted to make
input
sure.
from, okay, thank you. Well, yeah, and we're not done.
Resident refused to, they had it regraded. As we asked. When did the refusal come?
The original was told to put the sod back, didn't?
Yeah, that didn't put the sod back, they regraded, so when was the refusal? And then we as a board decided we would give them 30 days, which obviously it's been more than that because our last meeting was canceled. But where's the refusal?
Well, I guess I missed the fact that they didn't put it back to the original state, that it wasn't.
Well,
Yes, it was regraded at that time.
and we heard the feedback from Nick. There is still some exposed burlap that, and you have the pictures here. I quite see if the burlap that was mentioned is visible.
It was when I was out there as well. But, this one fell between the cracks. Mike's on board now, try to revamp the system moving forward.
No, that's the thing though. It didn't fall through the cracks. There was a contract signed and agreed by the resident that said it needed to put back the grass just the way it was before the damage.
This one did not sign it, did he?
It did.
No, they
It is.
signed it, that's
Okay.
not the question, that's why I'm saying, I don't understand how adding another step in here is gonna fix this, there's already a process in place. The concern here is that, again, according to our landscape, the grass is not dead, as the board insisted it was, and that insisted that we charge them the full deposit. The grass is not dead. I'm gonna advocate for the resident here. There is no reason that we would charge them the full deposit. Maybe, like Nick said, a small piece that we can account for that small, the part that wasn't regraded properly. But ultimately, for us to say we're going to keep their deposit is,
Okay.
I'm not going to.
Okay, well, if you remember, I was the one that insisted that we continue discussing it rather than put it to a vote right away. And I believe it was of the 2,500 deposit, we thought it was maybe 1,500 that was going to need to be held back. And now perhaps it's maybe even less than that. Do we my thoughts are, we didn't anticipate the venue canceling, the site for us for the meeting and not being able to reschedule. We didn't, we have a signed contract in place and we want to be consistent going forward. We have direction on legal for how to improve that. We have a suggestion for how to have a, better coverage on finding these things when they happen and make sure they sign this new and improved license agreement to make sure we're protected. My thought is we still need to return this property to its original state. If it's exposed burlap, I don't know that grass is going to eventually grow to cover that. There's maybe some amount of regrading that needs to be done to fix this, to satisfy the contract that the resident signed. It's shouldn't be the full amount of deposit that we took from them. So there's still some leniency that's being shown for, you know, how do you balance consistency with leniency and everything? I would, I don't know if we need to ask field services for what they think would need to be done to satisfy the terms of that contract, get it to its original state. But with appreciation to Nick for doing the seeding and everything and, you know, taking care of maybe 90% of the issue. We don't just want to let it sit there. We don't want to let it be in a partially fixed state. And we don't want to show favoritism for any one resident that you really need to be treating everyone equally for. So does anyone else have any other thoughts?
I think we should wait another 30 days.
Oh, come on, Joe. Jesus Christ.
For rainy season?
We're rainy season's here.
I know.
Well, how about if we had just done what the management company wanted on month one and charged them $2,500, kept their $2,500 deposit when the grass is not dead?
Did they say that?
Well, yeah, the management
Well,
company.
that's,
It's not the way it was originally before they put it in, according to the access agreement, yes. we would
yeah,
keep their
and
deposit,
that
but
would,
that's
and
what's
I
stated
agree.
in the agreement.
And I agree, that would stink for, I hate to think of, you know, being that resident because it's the vendor that did that problem, but it shouldn't be everyone's public money paying for what one bad vendor did. And there's other, within our legal system, recourse that resident could have against the vendor that caused them to not get their security deposit back.
Between this and one with a fence vendor,
Mhm.
the fence vendor did the right thing and fixed it.
Yeah.
It didn't fall on the homeowner.
Yeah, and just on the deposit, I mean, I think it's important to remember, it's a deposit.
Right.
Okay, and which means it's there to cover the actual damage. So if the actual damage to repair it is not $2,500, I might recommend you take $2,500, but if it's $500, I'm gonna recommend you send back 2,000 and you keep 500, but I don't know what that number is. So anyway, when it's a deposit, it's not like all or nothing. It's
Right,
whatever
well, that's
damage is
what I
that
was
the
getting
district
at.
Suffered, then we need to use that money.
Correct.
And since we don't have an amount tonight, a firm amount, I think we'll just wait another 30 days. It may end up costing 200.
Well, in
Like
March,
they're-
it was like 1,400, wasn't it? 15. Oh, 15. March,
Yeah.
it was 1,500.
So I know Nick is an expert, but that area is never gonna look exactly like it was before. I'm telling you right now. And Nick, you could come up here and we could chat. But I'm telling you right now, when you tear up grass, it's never gonna look like it was before. Maybe in like 30 years, but not in any time soon, I'll tell you that.
He did take, what was there, what was the hand? I am now in the photo for the, and then there is a function of that. But I could really like it to that part, then number, 5, 6, 4, 5, and then, I know that number is not to be, it is invested. Relatively simple, and then you give the rest of the process back to the owner and take the stuff that and get prepared.
Okay.
Did you copy? Right, okay, did you copy that, David?
Yes.
Okay, so do you have, hearing that, do you have any concerns drainage wise about that?
No.
Planful, okay, so, go
Are
for
we
it.
still holding their whole 2,500?
Yep, we still have the deposit.
Yeah, what's up? Did we cash the check?
I'd have to.
Right, so,
Well, and they're fine, but I think, Mr. Ecker made a really good point that going forward, we need to cash the check right away and then issue because we might not deal with someone as honest as these people. And they could just, cash it and,
right, and
Yeah.
we've shown leniency for that resident in this case, but that's the vendor's fault that this happened.
Right.
And there's other ways for the resident to seek recourse against that vendor that caused the
can we
damage.
deny that vendor from, putting it in our
That
pool?
sounds like a hornet's nest.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, so we're still on your item.
Yeah, and two more things and I'm done.
Yes.
Last thing is the update of the maintenance facility. Of course, this may go off the tracks depending on this evening's earlier discussion. But the geotechnical work is done, which basically means they put holes in the ground to find out what's underneath it. If they put a building there, The survey work will be done by mid to late June, and the wetland lines will reestablish. Once those three things come together and finalized, he will then begin the conceptual design. And that goes back to the discussion of 4:30 is
Okay.
this falls in your budget.
Right, and Julie, those were probably the trucks, right? It sounds like there were trucks that would have been doing like coring or something.
They were white.
Holes in there.
Yeah.
They were white.
Looked like they were.
Yeah, she said it looked like they were oil trucks.
Yeah, that's a geotechnical engineer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we tried to reach out to them, but they didn't respond to us, Raul and myself. Because they had a sign against their truck, and we were trying to reach out because we didn't know who they were.
It's PSI Intertech, could have been PSI.
Yeah.
Last thing I have, and I'm done, is the continued damage to the wetland, that we can't catch the vandals. I'm just warning you, that's gonna be an expensive fix when this is all done, from the Warminster District's point of view, to restore that wetland system. So,
So you've done more evaluations, there's been.
I went
more
out
damage.
there, I think 2 weeks with Raul, and there's further damage. And we had a similar thing, and it's something called Vista Lakes, behind just 3 homes, not nearly this expensive. And it cost several $1,000s to replant it and restore it. So if you catch the people, they can pay for it, but I'm telling you, it's not gonna be,
Right.
I haven't told the district yet because it hasn't stopped yet.
Okay, additional, question in case you're trying to, obviously, get home. We had asked in the past about, CDD, landscaping, taking up maintenance of, trails through conservation areas that if they're established foot trails, but still could use mowing or some other kind of, periodic maintenance. Was there any issue with, SwiftMid on, yes, it's a conservation area, you can't go clearing there, but if it's an established trail, is there any issue with us having landscaping on a continual basis? Do mowing back there?
Or follow Catherine Bowman, who has to contact South Florida. Swiftmud is, by the way, is Tampa area. So South Florida Warminster District, I gotta make sure from her that a mulching type product in the conservation area will be allowed.
Well,
Or you're just gonna throw foot traffic.
well, yeah, so the trails that are existing back in that wetland area or on the Harvey West property, I don't think there was any kind of base layer put down. It was just whatever, it was a berm that was, from this discard pile from when the canal was done. So if we're not adding, I don't think we're proposing any kind of construction, adding material back there, just mow, so there's not, weeds and stuff, so they can be maintained just as a walking path.
By the law of the conservation, we're not supposed to be touching that at all. So
There's,
I have to
okay,
find out
so
if-
ask the question, but we're not trying to, I don't think we're talking about any kind of paving or any kind of, adding fill to it versus just maintaining, mowing, so the walking paths that exist back there can be used.
And I'll confirm that we're not supposed to be doing any trimming, any mowing, anything.
Well, we're not right now. It
We're
was,
Not now, but if it gets out of control in the summer and you want to clear it a little bit, we're not supposed to be in there doing that, but I'll find out from Catherine before. we go there.
I mean, there are walking Billy's Trail, there are, trails that have existed and some documented on the county plan for development for years now that have been maintained by, whether through the homeowners association, mowed regularly. So the act of mowing through these conservation areas shouldn't be novel. It's just, we want to make sure, before we start spending money on, having Nick go mow back there, to make sure that T's are crossed, I's are dotted, that, whatever needs to be done to make sure we're okay doing this cutting of what is a pre-existing walking trail.
Okay.
Any other questions for David? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, David.
Mr. Eckert.
Thank you. I'll try to still speak loud, but not be so offensive yelling at you. So a few different items. One is the Ecolab thing. This is the first time I'm hearing of it, but under the Prompt Payment Act, if they're not delivering the service, we have to write a letter and we withhold part of their payment for what they're not providing the service for. So I don't know if we've reached that point or not, but that would be my recommendation when we reach the point where they're not fulfilling their contract terms. Second thing I wanted to talk to the board about is granting easements, signing proposals, all that, and Joseph and I have talked about this. I mean, our recommendation, whether you take it or not, is that we shouldn't be signing any easement or signing any proposals unless our office has looked at it to be able to determine what the risk is. And it's really a risk-based assessment. It's not a dollar amount assessment. So for example, I don't really care if I see a proposal to buy $50,000 worth of pool furniture. But I do care if I'm going to be looking at a $500 pothole repair, because that involves traffic safety and things like that. And you ought to make sure that your contractor doing that, we have some protections for the district in there. We did provide a agreement for the Wind River Environmental LLC. I think there's been a couple different versions of that, and I think Cuba sent you one later today. We did so the parking ordinance, and the parking came up a lot among residents. So on March 3rd, you all got an email from the county with some sample ordinances. We did not get that email. No board member forwarded it to us. I didn't get it from anybody else. We had sent a follow-up email, and then we finally, on April 22nd, we received the sample ordinances that the county provided. And on April 23rd, I sent out a sample ordinance that I wanted you all to consider. That's in your amended agenda package. I don't want to discuss that in detail here tonight, but I would suggest that you study it, look at it, tell me what you want to change. And then at the next meeting, maybe we can take some action on that. And we don't have the ability to regulate parking in right-of-ways. But the county hopefully will work with us so that the county can adopt an ordinance that regulates the parking in those particular areas. So take a look at that, and we can talk about that at the next meeting. There's a bunch of different approaches we can take, but I was just trying to take the feedback I got from residents and put it into a draft ordinance so you guys have a starting point. In your actual agenda package are two resolutions. One of them is resolution 2000-10. That's the current resolution that the board adopted 25 years ago, that basically says that if you're acting in the scope of your role as a supervisor, or staff is acting within their role, that the board will provide defense and indemnification in the event that you're sued in your individual capacity. The law has changed a little bit in 25 years, and we think it's a best practice for you all to consider and adopt resolution 2025-08, which is in your agenda package. And then probably in a future meeting, maybe 2-3 months down the road, we have a presentation that talks about board member responsibilities and how that ties into that defense and indemnification resolution. Obviously, you all can, not do this tonight, but our recommendation is get the current law with the maximum defense and indemnification in place tonight. So we're recommending adoption of resolution 2025-08, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can you, in just a couple of sentences, maybe give some of the high level points of what the differences are from 25 years ago?
Well, I didn't write the one 25 years ago. Right. But certainly, there's assumptions in here that that a board member is acting within the scope of their authority, that need to be overcome. There's also the choice that the board member will have whether or not the board member is going to hire an attorney and seek reimbursement, or whether or not the board member is going to let the district hire an attorney for them. There's different requirements that go along with that. Most insurance policies, just so you all know, if you get like an administrative claim filed against a board member, the insurance companies it's usually like a $25,000 reimbursement. So the insurance company isn't appointing an attorney. It's up to the district and the supervisor to do that. Then you submit the bill at the end to the insurance company, and they'll reimburse the district up to $25,000. So that's just one or two of the examples that are included in our new policy that we'd recommend.
So move, is that how I say it? Yeah. Say it properly. I better have one of my own next time, because I can't. Also move.
I will second. This is for the adoption of resolution 2025-08. Do we have any other further discussion or questions? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously.
All right, that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions, or if you think I didn't address something you wanted me to address, I'm happy to do that.
Did you see my feedback on the parking ordinance? I sent it to Joseph, I believe.
In an email?
I don't think I have. I don't want to say that I haven't, but usually I'm pretty good about delegating that to Cubro to take a look at
If I missed
and
it-
incorporate.
If I missed that in an email, I apologize because I usually, that type of stuff I forward over to Mike.
Yeah. If we can find it and forward it to me, that'd be great. I'll take a look at it. And I can get that, those comments incorporated. And so the board, I'll give you a red line of what you have now versus what those comments were, so you can kind of see what the changes that are being suggested.
Oh, one question.
Yeah.
Where did you find resolution? The first one
2000-10.
in a digital form.
I think I requested the district manager and they provided that document for me.
Okay,
And usually by email, I wouldn't have gotten it by mail.
so you had it all along.
Yeah, I had to live it.
Well, no, because a resident asked me
Yeah, and then that's
how somebody
ancient
got
document, but
digital from 2000. So,
We got
yeah.
scanners back
it's
then.
probably a scanner of a PDF. Yeah. And I'm sorry to be so loud and frank.
That's what I thought. Yeah, so, but I just wanted to verify so I can email him back.
All right.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
I'll be available if you need me to pop back up here.
Yeah, he wrote you too. Oh, that went out to everybody. That's right, yeah.
I'll let
Right.
you respond.
District
Oh,
manager.
yes, you were the personal relationship.
Everybody.
Really?
First off,
On the mic as much as you can, please. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. First off, I want to start by saying the next meeting is scheduled for Thursday, June 26th, 2025 at 6 p.m. I will start with the consideration of the preliminary budget for fiscal year 2026.
All right, well, here we are. We had, yes, several hours ago,
I can't hear you.
okay, so this is the time to set our budget. We had the proposed amount, which had the full line item for security stuff that we were not able to hear tonight because we weren't gonna kick 40 people out. And the amount of, we missed, David went home, didn't he?
Yep.
Oh, David. Oh, hi. Sorry. Well, I'll have one more question before you go, David. For the weed, invasive weed.
Yeah.
For the status on that. Right, all right. And for the
Security.
reserve. Yeah, so the security cameras that we kick people out, we'll have to have a shade session to get more information on that. All those things are still in the budget, so it's that large. I said at the end of the workshop, Facebook's gonna, whatever, I'm fine passing that as a ceiling, and then we have the 3 months for us to complete our homework of
Yeah.
what, mostly for those 3 specific line items, can we claw back from?
Well, we can look at some of the other things on.
Of course.
See if there's some.
Yeah, we've given extensive feedback on more information that we would like.
Because the pool
or-
furniture is not in here.
No, and we.
And the sidewalks are gonna be way more than what's in here, so.
Well,
But if we spread it out,
so, and I intentionally, went through all the proposals. We had a whole bunch of, big numbers come across our desk. And then we have a budget that we need to.
Yeah.
So again, I'm owing to all those things, and we can still, within, we're pushing 10, and I think Joseph predicted we, could definitely go this late with all the things on the agenda. Leave the budget where it is, understanding and communicating to residents that it is a ceiling. This gives us the room to, have a few more months of deliberation and more information of previous budgets, better comparison of what can actually expect for spending on these different line items to justify
Yeah.
if and when or by how much they're increasing. But we need to take action either by doing something tonight or scheduling another meeting within the next 2 weeks to do this vote that we're about to do right now. So I will move that we accept the proposed budget from the workshop as presented.
As our
To
preliminary.
yeah, as our, that's all it is. It's our preliminary budget.
Second that.
Okay, do we have any other discussion or things we want to?
Yes, I will say, I think that even though we're saying it's preliminary, at the end of the day, right now, we're about to vote on a 13-point-something% increase. I'm not voting for that for two reasons. Number one, that's a really high number, and even if we, are saying that we're gonna bring it down, but number two, a couple months ago, we had a very similar discussion about the bond refi, where it was, we're just deciding that the bonds are gonna happen, right? And then we can decide what we're gonna do with that money, and then the next meeting came, and it was like, oh, no, we've already decided, we're not even, so
Okay,
I'm not falling for it.
if I can, I have a different recollection of that. We had the proposal, we actually had a proposal 2 months before that, that Joseph told me that they had begun to engage with a bonds servicing company, but the material wasn't ready for the meeting. It would have just been like a verbal something. And I said, no, let's wait until we actually have the full information for us to review in the following meeting, which was February. Yep. We had that meeting, January. No, it was February. Right. And we said, okay, this looks good. We will talk to residents. I did a thing in the magazine. You did stuff on Facebook, and came back in the March meeting. We had follow-up from FMS. We had a second proposal, and we talked about that. And we, the decision point, and I'm aware and I understand you had your reasons for voting against it. We proceeded on the understanding at the time, we were hoping we'd be able to do the process and have that bond refinance done in time to include in this budget. And we did, you voted against it, but we at least proceeded with what had been done in the past of refinancing and just using that interest to pay it down, not earmark it for a project, not try and do anything else with it, just refinance to reduce the payments, like has been done twice in the past. And unfortunately, we did that. We tried to get the ball moving, and for external factors that had nothing to do with the CDD, the bond market kind of turned upside down shortly after we had that vote. So we tried. I think we got a month, we reached out to the residents in our different ways. We had some speak here and give feedback, and we made our vote, and we tried, and it just didn't work. And that stinks.
I disagree. I don't think that we as a board took the time to discuss it, even after you went into the magazine and said, hey, we could do this, this, or this. I remember you saying in the magazine, I personally feel like we should, just pay it down, but these are the other options. I also engaged residents. We never as a board came back to discuss those findings. That next meeting, we just voted.
No, we did in March, and we discussed if we wanted to pull it out and have a project that we want to do, say paving or something like that, that more time would need to be spent in the bond refinancing process to set aside. We're not refinancing, we're pulling money out to put into this specific project. And in doing so, would skip this budget year because of that additional time that would take to do a bond for a specific project, whatever we might have decided it could have been, versus I'll admit, the less complicated and less unpredictable what we've already done before of just paying it down. And that's what we discussed and voted on, and through none of our faults, can't do.
Yeah,
He had said,
that's not how I recall it. In fact, I'll quote one of our board members. When I said we should engage the residents, I'll quote one of our board members. The residents aren't financial experts. So.
Yeah, that was me. Why don't you just say it? Yeah.
Well,
So why did you go on Facebook and tell that the board said that and not me?
I said a board member. That was you.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's no mention in the Facebook post of in spending more time, we would not be able to do any of it this budget year.
Well, we're not doing any of it this year anyways. I understand that it's not because of the board's fault, but at the end of the day, I feel like we rushed that process through without sitting down and talking about it. And at the end of the day, nothing's happening with it anyways. All that to say, I'm not voting for a 13% increase, even if we're saying we're gonna claw it back. I don't have the confidence that we're going to dedicate that time and make it happen. So in good conscience for the residents and our pockets, my pockets, I'm not voting it.
Okay, do we have any other
Do
discussion?
you have an alternate proposal?
No.
Because see, last year, at the final time, people poured in here and said, the budget's too high, cut the budget, but nobody has any suggestions on how.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
And
do have a suggestion on that.
We
actually.
had already gone through everything, trying to find places to.
I
maybe-
do have a suggestion on that where we could save like $120,000 super easily. Couple residents brought it up. I've already done the homework. And I know it's on the agenda. I know we have a resident that's been sitting here for the past 4 hours waiting to speak on it, and it's for an RFP process. I've spoken to multiple other companies. Apples to apples, we could reduce management by $120,000 at least. So yeah, there's your savings right there.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I was just.
There's a lot of,
Yeah, because it doesn't help when people just say, cut back.
I hear you.
Right.
have you ever brought in a management company to run a community of this size before?
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever brought on a management company to run a community this size? Oh, so it's your first time?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a lot of risk involved with what you're proposing, and there's very minimal experience. So there's a lot of questions that the board needs to ask before we go and execute this
And
process.
so rules of order, sticking to our agenda that we have right now, we're considering the budget and we have a motion on the floor. So if, you know, we're going to discuss those other points. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any other discussion related to the topic of the preliminary budget for fiscal 2026? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
I,
That was, I'd moved and Lucas had seconded, right? Is that what you're looking for? Okay.
oh, and can I add one more thing?
Wait,
The
wait.
letter goes out to the residents. Can you please specify what the increase is?
It's the preliminary budget. It's the full,
Right, but
it's,
where the increases are. Right.
Review and make sure that that's in there and it's kind of legalese and tells you everything, what each person
Yeah,
has
I mean,
to
you've
do.
done it in the
And then
past, yeah.
We can do a cover letter, which we've done in the past, which can be approved by the board, or if you want to nominate the chair or vice chair to finalize
Yeah,
that.
just to say,
lay
you
out
know,
Exactly what you want.
the increase of $330,000 is $400,000 for security, you know,
So-
et cetera, yeah.
all opposed.
Aye.
Okay. So that's Julie and Brittany and opposition. Joe, you voted in favor?
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
So the motion for the preliminary budget passes with a vote 3-2. We're not done with that, but to get through the rest of the district manager's report, that was the preliminary budget. Now consideration.
Consideration resolution 2025-09, approving the fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget and setting the public hearing.
So this is just,
Yeah.
Yes.
You have to have 60 days next meeting.
Yep.
28 isn't gonna work.
Yeah, we've changed that. So Mike and I had a separate discussion. He brought it to my attention. Michael and I had a separate discussion in regards to that. You brought it to my attention that the original date of the 28th would not work because it would be 59 days. Mike, am I correct? So we've averaged it out to, I believe, the 30th is what the date that we agreed upon, Mike? Yeah. Yeah.
So that is a change to the text of the resolution then?
Yeah.
We're setting the,
That's your August meeting.
lost it.
Well, it could be the 28th Thursday.
Double check right now.
Like Friday.
Right.
Or you can do it at your August meeting, as long as we can do that and still get it on the tax. bill. But that's a different question.
Yeah, Osceola County, they have a hard deadline and they are not forgiving on that deadline. And I believe theirs is August 30th, maybe. I'll have to double check that, but it's not in the normal what other counties are. And so that would be really, really tight. So I would try and do it on that Friday, the 29th, if you possibly could.
Read two.
Sorry,
The 29th.
whatever the 29th
Sure.
is. I'm not.
Yep.
Okay, okay, that's right. That's the August 29th. That's a Friday for the,
I was looking at July.
okay, for the, all right. So I will move to consider resolution 2025.
I can't hear you.
I will move to adopt resolution 2025-09 as amended.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay, sorry, I apologize.
That's what I was saying.
I apologize. July 20th, that's a Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay, that does a Tuesday evening for shifting our, it's pushing our July meeting back by 5 days. Is that a showstopper for anybody on the board? Okay, so, I move to, adopt resolution 2025-09, approving the preliminary budget and setting the public hearing for July 29th.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, carries. Next is the voters letter. Go ahead. Yeah, we need better microphones.
Sorry about that. 1 second.
Here.
So. This letter, showed.
Sorry.
This letter shows or states that there are
You can come over and use the.
April 15th, Harmony has 2,512 registered voters. Lucas?
Yeah.
Okay. And, I mean, what website audit? I mean, what, this is your.
So the quarterly compliance audit report for the website, as you can see, if you go through the audit, the website compliance has passed.
Okay.
With 0 errors, no issues there. Any questions?
Okay, that audit wouldn't have things like broken links on it, does it? Or what's the scope of that audit in like 2 or 3 sentences? Okay,
There are broken links or something, you let them know and they'll get them fixed for
Okay.
sure.
okay. That's it for the district manager.
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'll be brief for this. So there was talk of that has been forwarded to me that the management team has not been continuous with their conversation or their emails within a certain board member. And I was asked to bring copies of the emails in general, the topics we've been discussing. I can pass them out if the board wants. But with a response that either myself, Angel, Howard, or any Infomark staff has been able to respond. There are several of them. And I'd just like to address and just let you guys know, we are responsive. I have proof, I can show. I've also, would you want to see it?
I would.
Are they all the same?
No, they're all different.
Oh, okay.
They're all different.
Oh.
Because they're different topics. I've also blind copied and CC'd some of the other board members so that they're aware of the conversation, the topic, the information and knowledge that we have giving, in response to these emails. And if there's any questions, please.
I thought that was like a copy for each.
Do you want me, I mean, I can comment on each one of these.
I mean, that was, I asked them to be printed out because, so
Okay, so let's address them. So this comment here where I asked for the current Infomark contract. 4 separate emails it took to get it, because first Infomark didn't have it, we got to get a piece from David Eckert, then they sent only only an addendum, and originally, point is, it took 4 separate emails for me to be able to get, over probably a week's time, to get something as simple as our agreement with Infomark. That's the first one. Let's keep going. Let's see. Since you so graciously printed these out for us.
Yep.
Yeah, they might, they're separate emails that I have to keep following up, so they might be here. Let's see.
I mean, you're getting responses though, right? I mean.
What kind of response is that, Lucas? If it's taking me a week to get a document from our literal record-keeping agency, and it's taking me a week to get a response or an accurate or a full scope of what I'm asking for, does that sound like Does that sound like it's at the service level that we should be getting?
So in part, if I could just share really quickly, in part, some of the documents that were asked to be sent to Brittany, did take some time to find. They were documents, some of them were fairly old, some of them were, voted into minutes. We had to research minutes and get certain information just to clarify and make sure in our response, we were knowledgeable in what we were trying to come across with. So just one.
Okay, so we can move on to the playground mulch. Everybody here probably knows what a fiasco this has been. The narrative for so long was that's not in our scope of work. We don't do that. Matter of fact, I have multiple emails. They're probably here where I asked, when was the last time we mulched? Because they're telling us field services can't do it. We got to get quotes for it. And that didn't make sense to me. So I'm asking, when was the last time we mulched? Who was the vendor? How much did we use? What is it going to cost? I think in 4 separate emails, not only Angel, but Joseph multiple times have said, we've never remulched. That remulching has not been done in Harmony since the original developer.
This is all information I've researched, I've contacted.
And that's 100%, I mean, Dan, look at your face, right? They're telling us there's no record that we've remulched here in 25 years. All I did was do a simple keyword search on the minutes and was able to find plenty of records. So it's just yet another example of not only the incompetence, but the liability. The fact that our literal record-keeping agency doesn't have something as simple as the last time we mulched is putting us all in liability, guys. This is basics, like 101.
Well,
We can-
When
to
was
that,
the last time we mulched?
to that,
A year and a half ago. I could pull up the minutes.
And
but-
was it through field services or through landscaping?
was it playground mulch or was it wasn't playground mulch, which has to be ADA compliant?
Yeah, field
I got-
services does the other mulching.
That's-
and
that's
Nick
different.
Does the other mulching.
Different than ADA mulch.
Yep.
I understand that. We went through that conversation. Let's not get away from the fact that I asked on
That
multiple
is
occasions.
fact.
But that's what we're.
Let's
Yeah.
not get away from the fact that on multiple occasions I asked for, can you provide me when was the last time we mulched in the neighborhood? Any record of mulching?
And
And what was your response?
but we're, okay,
And what was your response?
my response is in your in the email that you're so
Right, what is the response?
offhand, I don't remember what I said.
Okay, let's see
Yeah,
if we can
maybe
find
you
it.
can pull
because
it up,
our-
but
It was
in
something
terms-
to the effect of, we've never remulched since the original developer. And I was baffled, so I clicked. Are you saying that we haven't laid mulch in Harmony since its inception
So-
25 years
So
ago?
I believe, and I may be wrong about this, but I believe in that email, the original question was, when was the last time we remulched the parks?
It wasn't, so you should go back and take a look. Well, then go back and take a look,
Yeah,
because it
so-
wasn't. And you guys were pretty clear that we've not remulched ever in Harmony.
Sure. So, okay, so just to add on that, so. Sorry.
That's enough.
Playground by the schools. This was, the playground issue with the school. We went back and forth about the documentation, where it was. You said you guys were gonna have a full scope of, update for us today.
For the playground, for the school.
Yeah.
Yes, so
Well, that wasn't on the agenda, right? But you guys did say, so that's another email.
I believe in an email to the board, right, there was an email, stating the feedback or the information I received from the school. I also conferred with legal counsel in terms of what I received from the principal. And that should answer the question.
Well, it doesn't, because we still have an agreement that's not being upheld, so. And again, you said you were coming back today with a full, because you sent that when I urged for some sort of, like, give me something here. It's been weeks, like, you should be able to give me something, right? So you gave me something and promised a full scope that you were gonna be giving us today. Wasn't even on the agenda. Moving on, garden shed, the garden in general, okay? Our legal counsel himself expressed concern that a resident was accepting payment and other official CDD duties without any actual jurisdiction. And I have several times asked, like, who gave Maryland that authority to act? And this is not a jab against Maryland, because I don't want that job. I don't want any additional job. But the point is that We can't just have people doing stuff because that's the way it's always been. And that's the answer that you guys gave me. Well, that, I wasn't done yet. I wasn't done.
And I've told you this
I'm
several
sorry,
times,
Angel, I wasn't,
that I want-
Angel, I'm
Guys.
sorry, I wasn't done. I wasn't done.
Okay. Well, okay,
I
well.
wasn't done. No, the problem is the incompetence of the management of company, not being able to hold up their end of the bargain. And furthermore, this exceeds the incompetence and then not holding up the end of the bargain. This now is just become deflective. There's no accountability ever. Anytime I either get ignored, okay, I either literally get ignored, because again, did you forward me that email of when I asked 2 separate times about the bounce back
Just
email?
now in the meeting? Not yet.
Okay, so I didn't get, yeah, because there is no response, right? And this is, again, guys, this has just become a case where it's deflective, it's argumentative, there's no accountability and there's no trust. There's no part of me that feels that they're acting in our best interest or our money's best interest or our residents' best interest. And that's what it boils down to. And I could, listen, Joseph took the time to print these all out. Let's keep going through them. Let's keep going through them. I don't have a problem with it. That was the garden.
Can I just make a comment about the garden shed?
The after hours, I asked in March if we could have, like you said, Joe, a staggered schedule. There's no reason that we have five guys here that they should be leaving by 4 o'clock. Back in March, I sat down with Raul, Howard, Joseph. I don't know, I think this guy too, I can't remember, sorry. What's her name? Kyle, sat down with Kyle, sat down with Nick. We all sat down, I think for like probably a good 3 hours going over things that are just like slipping through the cracks. The after hours and staggering schedule was something that we brought up that was supposedly going to also be brought up in the next meeting. Didn't happen. Let's see, status update of what?
Okay,
Should we, I mean,
I asked for them to be printed out because, yeah, the claim that I've seen you make is that our management company who works at our, they work for us, should not be ignoring you. Multiple things can be true at once, I think. Our responsibility on this board is to hire district staff to, maintain the infrastructure. That's in statute, Florida law. It's very clear cut what our responsibilities are. It's possible for, trying to gather my thoughts on this. There's an example that I believe you got involved with Brittany for the Buck Lake bathrooms. Someone on Facebook posted that, oh, look at this, work that's, it looks shoddy or whatever. It was work that was, my understanding is in progress. And we had heard some bids and selected one and paid them money to go and do the work.
right?
We have counsel, we have legal protection if the work they had done for us ended up being shoddy. And in response to this Facebook post, I don't know how much extra time was, we meet once a month to make big policy and financial decisions. It's not within the scope of what we're elected to do to be day-to-day injecting ourselves into what they're doing. If they're failing, if it's like a boat reservation, I emailed you a couple of days ago their name was on the Facebook message, and it's not the first time we've had a boat reservation just missed. What happened with that?
Here's what happened. Raul can also say to what happened. So there was 2 residents who made boat reservations that day. First one was fulfilled in the morning. Second one was made for 1 o'clock. However, the resident was there at 12:30, waited 20 minutes, right, Raul? Waited 20 minutes. Our field staff was on break during that time because all of you do know there is a time period where we set the boats aside between, I believe it's 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock to charge, right? Their reservation was supposed to be at 1. They were there at 12:30, waited 20 minutes, and they decided to leave. Our field staff got there at 12:50, was waiting for this resident. The resident didn't show up, so we canceled the order. That's as simple as it gets.
Okay, I thank you. I appreciate that explanation.
Also to add, just so the board is aware, the resident did speak to Raul and apologized for getting there early and not waiting time.
Okay. I'm not going to deny, we had two former board members, served 16 years and a chairman, come here and tell us that they, through their time on the board, had also experienced shortcomings with district management. I'm sorry, dogpile, Joseph, it was mentioned earlier, if people want to be upset at Infomark, it was that we didn't really, our budget process had a complete false start. A couple of years ago, we had an Excel, we had, I forget, it was Angel was there and we had someone else from Infomark, accounting, I guess, on the line. And we're able to, in a much more interactive and informative fashion, go through the different line items, decide what needed to go up, go down, carry forward or whatever. And we're able to make a much more informed decision on our budget at the time. So I think there's not going to be one clear answer there. I think, in my opinion, we are overstepping if we are injecting ourselves into the day-to-day what's going on of Infomark and responding to every single thing that might be posted when we have when the email box works, a way for residents to report stuff. And we have a procedure for, we meet here every month, field service and district manager and every other staff gives us their report. And that's where we can really drill into, if they're coming up short. It's not hypothetical that we can get into legal trouble by, board members doing too much. We've had former board members sued for actions that they took with, the whole in-house concept of field services. I think it's a complete non-starter because it's completely outside the scope of what we're elected to do. They don't pay us enough to do
I
day-to-day.
agree. They don't pay us
Right.
enough and we pay the management company all this money so that we don't have to. But when they're failing, we don't have a choice. I am working 35 hours a week on the CDD because the management company isn't doing their job. There's no reason, exactly like you said, that is not the scope of our work. There's no reason that I should be replying to resident emails at 10 o'clock at night, but I am, because when they're bouncing back from the email that the management company provided and they're not getting a response, then what? I'm an elected official.
I know, and it's all of our jobs as citizens to hold all of our elected officials to account.
Absolutely.
I think, and again, it's not a black and white issue. I'll be blunt. I think you're not helping by responding to every single, if it's something like the Buck Lake bathrooms. We had a contract, we had a vendor, and the contract was signed, money was paid, and the job is being performed. By reacting to, and there's the whole sunshine law that,
I've not broken any sunshine laws. I made sure of that.
I know.
And there's no part of me that's going to agree to stop interacting with the resident. There's no part of me that's going to do that. I ran on transparency and I'm going to I'm going to give that.
Yeah,
And as so long as I'm not breaking any sunshine laws, which I have already received emails that I might be, or with legal and whatnot, that are kind of like thinly veiled threats, but
I don't
yeah.
think they're thinly veiled friends. It's not hypothetical. Board members have been sued
For nothing that I've done. I've
No.
done nothing, I've done nothing out of.
Real quick, I'm sorry if everyone still here is indulged. Orrin Miller is the name of a Marion County commissioner. He, on sunshine law, suspicion of a text conversation he had with another board member right after being elected, was brought in for questioning, was fed, kind of misleading questions, and actually arrested and went to actual jail for perjury. He was elected on standing up to developers. They had friends in Tallahassee. I don't think any of us are in real danger of having that happen to us, but we can't just ignore it either. I ran on transparency. I make sure we have the videos. So if there's any question on who said what or what we discussed and what the outcome was, it's all there. People can go and see it to have certainty. I think multiple things can be true at once, that maybe you're a little too eager to inject yourself on every single perceived issue, but there could still be very real issues on our, the budget process absolutely could have been smoother. There could be,
Well, I have about
tracking
a
could be.
3-page list of things I want to do, but we get bogged
So
down.
how about this? It's after 10:20 at night. We still have a consent agenda that we need to address, but let's pose this issue. We can't ask Infomark to look for their replacement. That would be something we'd have to ask district council to do at their
Which I did.
At their bill, well, and we have a standing policy that and I'm not gonna ask what it costs, but anytime we are involving possibly engineering and definitely with legal counsel, engaging as board members, that's billable time and it's why we have them. But we had a standing policy of, we want to filter our discussions to staff, engineering and council through, district management. So it's at least done efficiently, or if it's something that they can answer and not need to involve the engineer or the lawyer, that we don't incur those costs. So we had that standing policy. That's why I said, okay, I understand you want that. We discussed it in the meeting. I'll be honest, we've talked about the issues. While not committing to doing anything, I think it's at least, and I don't think the grass is always going to be greener, but I would, humor me, I would entertain having district council at least, see what the process would be. And in the meantime, we have the rest of our budget process. And trust me, I've talked to previous board members before. I've heard we don't like our management company before. I think it would have been extremely foolish to try doing something in the middle of our budget process. So we have a preliminary budget that we just approved. We have the next 3 months that we can discuss and hopefully reduce that. In the meantime, and that we're 2 out of a board of 5, we would need another person to agree on spending district council with whatever their build rate is, to see what the process, to see what that process would be.
What would be the alternative?
The alternative we've had this management company for 20 years, warts and all, and we continue,
It's not working, and I'm gonna say it again, just so that we're all on the same page. Operational failures, okay? We won't even get into the whole security debacle of the flock cameras and then the hunting cameras. The resident card and form processing, no consistency, broken email system, budget irregularities, record keeping, transparency issues. I could go on, and I have specific examples of each one. So to hear you say, Dan, I'm not committing to anything, really baffles me, because if at the very least, what we need to commit to is holding these guys accountable and demanding some serious change, it's time.
By saying, hey, we're looking for maybe replacing you, what more message can we send? It's not something we can do instantly.
No, it's not something we can do instantly.
Right,
It's
so
not
I'm
something.
saying, let's start the process.
I
They
mean,
have 3
yeah.
months to show at least we have the rest of the budget process. And if it's only the 2 of us that want to do it and the other 3 don't want to, then that's the board's decision.
For sure.
Can I interject something?
Yes.
Is it possible for us to have a special meet? Would it be possible for us to have a special meeting with Infomark staff and the board of directors and hash all this out? Because maybe some of the things that
We're in it.
that we don't like, maybe we're expecting too much, and maybe some things aren't in the contract that we expect.
Were you awake the last 2 hours? Were you awake? You hear all this?
Guys,
What's the sole purpose of that?
I-
Before we get a divorce, I want mediation.
we had a resident say that, hey, the meetings are too long. We could have done the 3-minute thing. I would have let everyone say their piece. I've let you say again and again what your issues are. I've said what I think is valid and maybe not all valid on what the things you've brought up.
Has anybody fired somebody before in a job?
Say what?
Has anybody fired somebody in a job before? Fired somebody?
Well, I
Yeah.
was gonna,
You know, the standard process is you put them, you talk to them, you say, hey, this is what you're messing up. Put them on a performance improvement plan. You track them over a certain amount of time. If they keep doing it, then you get another warning, and then eventually you fire them. You don't come in and you get 79 residents to vote to change the board or change the managing company and sit around and let's kick them out. Like that's
You know
not
what?
how things work.
That's offensive.
Hey,
It's offensive.
hold on. Okay.
Okay, well,
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
We're having that discussion and it's to the board. Do we want to ask our legal counsel to start that RFP process? Brittany, your position's
Yes,
clear.
anybody who
I-
cares about Harmony at this time, like, even if you were happy with Infomark, even if they were the best thing since sliced bread to you, it's our responsibility to make sure that we're taking care of this neighborhood. And that includes every now and then, making sure that we are getting what we are paying for.
Mhm.
And at the very least, that means putting this to RFP, at the very least.
That happened with
Well, how
our,
long is their contract for? How long is your contract with Harmony for?
I don't know the current one, but typically it wouldn't matter. You have a 60-day out. It wouldn't matter if it was a 1 year or a 5 year, you still have clause for 60 days to.
Oh, from sign.
they work at our discretion.
No.
This is all involving Mike. Let's hear.
So,
Oh,
just,
okay.
just to be clear, I mean, almost every district management contract has a 60 or a 90-day without cause termination.
Okay.
And you do need a transition period and everything, and that's kind of how that 60 to 90 days was developed. Because it isn't just like one person leaves this day and then somebody else shows up the next day. There's a whole transition that goes, but the board has discretion with 60 to 90 days notice to make a change if you think that's in the best interest of the community.
Well, we don't know. I mean, we don't know what we'd be changing to. There are other management companies out there. And
Can I ask Angel, can a management company fire a community, a CDD?
He resigned. I mean, it's not hiring related to resigning. And
But said you had enough of your people, yeah. So,
And that way, it goes both ways, right?
Right.
If you have a management company that wants to resign, there is still that 60, 90 days, depending on what the contract reads.
yeah, and so in our contract with you, is that limited to a certain percentage increase every year?
No, and yours may have a standard 3% escalation, but if the board doesn't agree with that, and we're not gonna go, okay.
Yeah,
give us that
yeah.
3%,
Well, no,
perhaps.
because I had gone into the financial records of a whole bunch of CDDs, trying to find some, every CDD is so different.
Right.
And, just for an example, I found one, now our revenue, was 22,700,000 roughly. And we pay 73,000 in, fees to the management company. Heritage Palm CDD, their revenue is 635,000 and they pay $75,000. Habitat is 1,400,000 in revenue, they pay 92,000. Now, I'm not necessarily comparing total apples to total apples.
Right.
Because I don't know exactly what's provided in each of their contracts and that.
Management company is gonna charge, I don't know everybody's fees and what they charge, but,
Well, because when I'm annoyed with you, which I am very often, but I think we're getting a deal. When I look at what we pay compared to some of the others, but I don't know. But, the other thing that I was gonna say, just from my personal point of view, I wasn't ready to, I wanted to sit down and have a talk about our expectations versus what we get. But once Joseph and Raul came on board, which October and January, I see them working so hard, I decided in my mind to give them 6 months grace at least before I brought anything up, so.
I'd love to hear exactly, to be fair, I was only brought in, I don't know now, maybe a month ago, as far as like, these things were happening, and I was looking at the, again, from afar.
Right.
And so there's absolutely things that Infomark can improve on. We can always improve every single day. That there's no negating that at all. But there's things that I don't know what the specific issues are. If I do know them, I can at least help and try and resolve those and make them better.
So-
and back to your point, you pay two fees. right? You pay one for management and you pay one for your field staff.
Right.
It's two separate.
Right, I
things.
was just looking at management.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make
Because,
sure I didn't want you to think you were only paying.
no, because most of the other CDDs don't have field services, you know, yeah. Or not to the extent of ours, because even Celebration, your field services doesn't handle their pools, if I'm,
No, that's all owned by the HOA.
right, so, you know, there's, yeah,
There's
it's,
this 20-ish person maintenance staff. They strictly do all the maintenance and celebration.
yeah.
They don't have, the HOA owns all of it.
right, so, you know, it's real hard to compare exactly to exactly.
Hard to get it apples to apples.
So anyhow, so that was what I wanted to say and was my point of view.
I have a think that it's very salient, one, to why we're still here at 10:30 at night. We had the venue, as great as this place is, and we sincerely appreciate, you know, the location and the service. But with 2 weeks' notice, we had them cancel on us. We had, you know, say that they're no longer able to let us have our, as planned, April budget workshop and meeting. I was told right away, I said I would be amenable to rescheduling it, but there's, you know, more than 5 moving pieces that need to happen for that to reschedule. I mean, I'll just informal poll. I mean,
I was available and I made that clear. I was told that everybody else wasn't.
well, I don't know how in all of my communication, I said my preference would be to reschedule, and was told that it was not able to work. The schedule, not enough people were able to.
That's what I got
We have
directly from
to
Joseph.
have our legal counsel and our engineer, and then people from Infomark to have our meetings.
Potentially, I mean, they can, we have to be a physical quorum. They can call in remotely and.
But what if
often
they're
do.
at another meeting?
Well,
I mean, they
that-
all
right.
have lots of meetings they go to, you know.
I understand that. So this,
Oh,
well, I mean, if Brittany and I are both saying we were able to reschedule, were the 3, was no one else able to?
Were you?
So the information I got, I was on work travel and I was on the phone with Joseph, and when he told me, he said the majority of the board didn't care if it was postponed, if it was canceled.
That's exactly the words I got from Joseph.
So then I said, okay, then that was it.
I had said my preference was to reschedule.
Same.
And if the concern with postponing completely was making sure we still had time to do this budget process with all the deadlines so Julie, Joe, did you guys say that you were able to accommodate a different date? Or
I think when it came to me, it had already been decided.
Well, no, that's the whole thing. And just to be clear, the call that I got was, I was already the last call and everyone else sort of wanted to just push this out or cancel it. No one else was gonna be available. So basically, my vote didn't even count.
okay, and I sent, and I'm sorry, Joseph, the bus is gonna, you know, back over and over, but I sent him an email that we were having communication issues, and yes, part of it is I still think that you are doing too much. Like, I mean, just, you know, we owe the residents, but we also owe it to ourselves not to try to take on too much and maybe interject on something that, in the case of the doors, was being handled, and had we given the time for the vendor.
And when I
process.
posted about that, just to be clear, what I posted was, hey, the job is done now. Look how great it looks.
Right.
So I'm not sure. You've brought that up a couple times. I just
Well,
wasn't sure.
the issue is just the communication, and Joseph has an unenviable job of the 5 of us can only hash things out at a public meeting. And thank you for, you know, staying and listening. And there's actually several people still on Zoom, taking this all in, and they'll be on YouTube later on. This is when we have to do it. But we had like, if you brought the mulch, when the mulch was told to me, it was, okay, well, Supervisor Cornell had brought it up, but you know, we have proposals that we would want to get, and, you know, legal, please correct me if I'm mischaracterizing, but that legal had said it wasn't rising to the level of an emergency that funding.
So the consensus when I spoke to Mike was that this particular item didn't qualify to be issued as an emergency with using the powers that be between Dan and I to execute on a specific amount, because for the mulching of all the parks, it would have been a lot of money, potentially. So Raul and I went around and we went to several different companies for the cheapest amount that we can get the ADA compliant mulch for, and we found something that would work.
See, but this is gonna go back to the issue of communication, because Joseph told me that between him and the chairman decided that this was not an emergency situation.
Right.
That was the message I
And-
got.
And that was the conversation I had between the three of them. I got them on a phone call, and that was the consensus of the conversation. And I reiterated in that conversation to make sure that when I was able to inform the rest of the board that that was the consensus, and I was able to move that forward.
Well, I'll just say, I didn't even know Mark was in, I didn't even know that Mike was included in that conversation because what I got was, from you, Joseph, was that the chairman and you decided this was not an emergency situation. I didn't even know Mike Eckert was involved.
Right, and I'm saying, I sent I'll say angry email to Joseph, probably a month and a half ago, because you're going on Facebook and please, I mean, I'm not trying to attack you, but you're kind of making the worst possible assumptions about what our other board members are doing, and I'd say for the bond vote too, but some of that could be fed from,
Directly from Joseph.
oh, I'm saying that I don't envy your position of needing to juggle, especially with someone that wants to be involved as much as you, Brittany, but.
Let's be clear, guys. I don't want to be involved. I want the management company to do their job so that I could do my job as a board member and not everything that I'm doing.
When
and
residents
just
send
to
you
be clear.
questions and that, why don't you direct them?
I
to
do.
The website and fill out the form.
Because if you were a resident, Joe, is that what you want to hear? Or do you want to hear an elected representative taking care of you? Do you want me, I'm not just gonna send people.
Oakland, he has to refer them to the website anyway. to fill out
No,
the form.
typically I ask them to provide the link right there in that email. I don't ask them to provide a link to the website where then they can go find it. I
No,
ask
I
for
don't think
the
so.
form.
You
right
wanted to
there.
say something?
Yeah, no, hours get late and I don't want people to get too frustrated. What I would suggest is if there's a motion to be made, somebody makes a motion, somebody makes a second. And I think you all have had a robust discussion on this issue and then to see if there's 3 votes to, do an RFP process that would come back to the board before anything would be issued or anything like that.
That would give us a chance to, okay, what level of service is this supposed replacement for Infomark claiming
Right.
to offer and at what cost? And then we make the decision.
Right.
So so moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, aye. Voice vote. Aye, okay, Julie, opposed.
Well, I'll say aye, but I wish we were doing this like 2 months down the road.
I think this is the right time to do it, where the budget process is underway. Infomark has time to, Howard's been, talking about, the reporting stuff. There's the message is being sent. We want improvement, and will now in the next month or two at cost of legal counsel have something to compare them to. Yes.
Someone, give me some feedback. I mean, I've heard a lot of things, but there's no definitive examples of anything. So I want to be able to address what the concerns are.
Okay.
I don't understand how there's no definitive examples. I can give you, I've got like 100.
And those, or we can have a discussion and have that, but I just
So,
want to make sure I'm doing.
Yes, and I appreciate, my issues in the past have been, we had, as mentioned before, a fair amount of turnover, and that's not to fault you. I mean, and you're promoting from within the company, that's, that has its own merits, but how many months was the splash pad down? How many months was the, pool heater down? I'm not saying that, if the answer is we want things fixed immediately, then no management company is going to be able to do that, because we have to meet, and make those big financial decisions unless we approve a bigger budget for the, for me or for whoever's the district manager to approve of, to take care of immediately, maybe the speed that people are.
Well, and the fact of the
Somehow,
matter is.
that's gonna cost a lot of money.
The agenda, it was gonna be at the next meeting. So, that all got taken out of our hands and was all done without the board's input. And so unless it was a true emergency.
Which it was. I'm sure you saw the pictures of Buck Lake Playground and the root that was coming out of the ground. It
Well,
was
that
really, really.
But we didn't have to mulch all the playgrounds to fix that route.
No, we didn't have to, this
Right.
was an emergency situation,
Right.
which is what I initially reached out about. And I was told again, so it's just so many discrepancies.
Yeah, okay,
Yes,
well,
we're almost done. We made the vote, we did the thing.
Yeah.
We have a consent agenda. Did anyone else have any feedback on the items of the consent agenda?
yes, on invoice report number 300. invoice 149508 for $4,420.83, I think was mistakenly charged to Harmony CDD and its Heritage Hill CDD's bill. So if you would check on that, I'm not saying for sure, but if you wouldn't mind checking on it, and I would like us to pass that without paying that, and I had already written down to withhold money from Ecolab until they fix our pool. Because,
Do we need to take any
you
action?
know, they
on-
take 2 weeks
that
to
would be-
come.
For the Eco Lab, that the management can handle that, the prompt payment act. The only thing I wanted to say is I had a lot of comments on the minutes, and given the late hour, I would just suggest perhaps defer this to the next.
Okay.
Okay, I was gonna bring it up. Let me come up to that. So I was gonna ask if the board would motion with Mike said, so I have it in the email, I can send it out to the board and just correct it. Have them sign. Okay?
Is that all right? Is that kosher?
So they're material comments, so I can go through them, but then you could do that if you wanted to do that. It's up to you. I've got a page of comments, I can read it through if you want.
It's up to the board, but I was just thinking.
Well, we're talking, what, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
All right, let's just do it, be done.
All right, number one, in the minutes, Ryan Dugan from my office was the attorney who was attending. I'd like him to be reflected to be there as an attendee. There are 2 different fifth order of business categories, B and C. I don't know why that is, but that should be corrected. Under fifth order of business, item B, discussion of sod damage behind dark sky. I think Supervisor Cornell expressed concern regarding the consistency in the process for easements and deposits and enforcement. Supervisor Cornell was not inclined to charge this particular resident because it appears as grass is growing back. Manager stated that Q-Tech Rock was not involved in the preparation of the easement. That going forward, current district council should prepare those documents. Board agreed going forward, we'll use Q-Tech prepared license agreement. Board agreed to table the matter until the next month to evaluate progress in the turf regrowth. Under fourth order of business, spring flowers, please include the amount of the proposal approved. Anytime you all approve a proposal at a meeting, the amount should be in the minutes. Our notes reflect there was an amenity access card discussion with the board and concerns expressed by at least one board member, but that's not reflected in the minutes. The amounts under the commercial door installation, the Buck Lake restroom pump, and quite frankly, any proposal should be included within the minutes, not just a proposal was approved with no dollar amount or designation. Starting on line 105 for the rulemaking proceedings, the motion boxes say the floor was open, closed for discussion. It really should say the public hearing was open and the public hearing was closed. And then also, you all designated by motion a $500 annual fee and a $2,000 deposit. That's not reflected in the minutes. It should be. And then I also think it's a good practice that if the supervisor expresses a significant concern, regardless of what it is about, it should be noted in the minutes. And just basically, in my experience, supervisor will expect to see that in the minutes. And perhaps it will save meeting time if it is just put in there. So those are my comments. Susan.
So you had your comment. Are there any other comments on either the minutes or the financials? I will move to approve the consent agenda with those comments as discussed.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Supervisor requests.
I'm sorry, where did we land on the RFP?
We passed it. Julie was the third vote.
Okay.
We said, yeah.
Making sure I didn't.
Yeah. Right. Supervisor requests. I took notes for all the residents stuff, and I'll sincerely hoping Mary Jane would still be here when we talked over there is a parking ordinance that we are, in the process of working on.
I told her about that.
Okay, thank you. I know there's stuff I can do more to be more thorough and proactive as the chair. I thought it was important everyone got time to say their piece, and thank you everyone for humoring us and sticking with us and hearing us out and doing what we can to improve things around here. Any other supervisor requests?
I would like to give Tatiana, we've been sitting here for almost 5 hours. I think we should give her a minute. She's been sitting here for a long time waiting to speak to us and very patient.
Okay. Sure.
Is this on the agenda or?
Yes, it is.
Oh, what was it?
A long time ago.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
First and foremost, I would like to introduce myself. Lucas, I am the someone that wrote the letter. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I would like to call that participation rather than just, yes, nice to meet you. Yes, so finally you have a face to the someone that wrote that letter. Very respectful, I think, all moment, which I'm very sad to say that I didn't receive it from you. So unfortunate.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Very respectful from my side, which I'm sad to see that I didn't receive from you.
Receive what?
That respect that I gave to all of you through the letter and every single communication. So for the next time when you talk about things that residents do
I did
to participate,
disrespect.
you mock the effort that
did
we
not-
residents
I didn't
did.
mock the effort.
You did.
I was talking about how to do the process
Okay.
to get a new management company.
By the way, I do work with HR and I do know how it is to fire someone. And I know the difference between that and working with a contract with a property management. They are two different issues.
They are different, but there's respect involved.
Yeah, right. Okay. Thank you, board members, for your time and service to our community. I know these meetings are long and the issues you manage are complex. And I genuinely appreciate the effort that goes into this work. At this point in the meeting, 5 hours in almost, we've now reached the item 7, I think, in the agenda. I want to respectfully point out that item 5I, which I submitted in writing and which was signed by 78 other residents, is the only item in section 5 that has not yet been addressed. I'm one of only 2 residents besides the board still present, and I remain here because I care deeply about the issue we raised and wanted to participate in the discussion. The fact that this item has been delayed or overlooked without any acknowledgement is concerning and disappointing. This was not a last-minute request. The letter was submitted properly and the agenda item was clearly listed. Residents engaged thoughtfully and in good faith. And seeing it go under-addressed sends a message, whether intentional or not, that our input may not be a priority. Simply placing an item on the agenda is not enough and is never meaningfully discussed, especially when residents have taken the time to participate. The intent of the letter and this request is not to attack the current management company, it's to encourage responsible governance. Soliciting proposals is a basic, I want to reiterate this word, basic part of due diligence, and something that many residents believe is long overdue. This is about ensuring our community is receiving the highest quality service at a fair cost. The process of comparing options would increase transparency, reinforce accountability, and demonstrate a commitment to resident engagement. I respectfully ask the board to officially acknowledge the agenda item now, ideally with the understanding that residents like to participate in a meaningful way. Whether or not the board decides to move forward with a request for proposals, the process itself is an important step toward restoring trust and promoting transparency. I know we all want the same thing, a well-run, responsive, and vibrant harmony community. Thank you for hearing this concern, and I sincerely hope it receives the attention it deserves.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
and with respect, I asked that that item be pushed later in the meeting because we had vendors, other people that traveled to give us presentations, and I knew it was going to be a long, involved discussion as it was. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear enough that we were just delaying for the sake of people that traveled to be here and it's a school night and everything. But with respect, we did, and we asked legal counsel to begin that RFP process. That was the last probably 45 minutes of our discussion here. I asked that be included on the agenda. I asked that the petition be, received, then, that'll be in the minutes of the, next meeting as, or the minutes for this meeting as, officially, on the, formal record of this meeting that we received this petition. And we have taken the action, I believe, that was requested in that petition. So I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. I'm sorry for letting the meeting go as long as this, but I think it's for the best that we let everyone that wants to say something have their 3-ish minutes and try and do the best thing that we can.
I understand what you're saying, yet all the people who spoke after that, they are still here. So they couldn't have waited. So I'm just gonna say that. Thank you, though. I appreciate you taking the time to respond.
Thank
Any other supervisor requests?
Long list, but I'll talk.
Julie? Yes, go.
Field by the townhomes. What we doing with that? Needs to be cleaned out. Is it like in proposal?
I don't know what's up with that developer, but being private property, I mean, the most we could do is ask management to, hey, county code enforcement, is there something you could do to, clean up this blight? That's kind of happened on its own with, say the fences when there's something that just is unsightly, but all we can do is ask the county, who's the actual enforcement authority, to do something about that.
So. The dog park and field on my, I mean, the one right. The weed is like higher than I am, but
Folks.
having brain problems. In one of the dog parks? Yeah, not the dog park, yeah, it is one of the dog parks.
Oh, yeah, so if it was an old dog park that it's developer owned. So again, it's a case of, it might be unsightly, but we have no way to enforce that other than politely asking the county, can you please do something to get the state here? It's unsightly, but it's not anything that we can do. We're very limited in what we can do as a board, and I think we've done a ton tonight. So I will move to adjourn. All in favor? Oh.
One quickie. And it's not anything we need to do, but I really thought it would have been smart to look into the possibility of renting a corner of the community, of the golf building back from the county. Maybe they would allow us to use a corner. And if they don't need that whole thing, if possible, it'd be nice to be able to reopen the storage area. And if maybe we could somehow go around that building and have a little road go in from.
I 100% agree with you. We didn't go down that route because it was privately owned and that owner had expressed.
But let us, he absolutely
Right.
said no.
But if it's a different owner now, I
And we
completely
feel
agree.
trouble.
That would be the direction for district management to reach out to the county, who I believe is the new owner of that property, to
I'm not
engage.
saying we might as well get the-
Well, two things. That's potential access to our property that could be an amenity that we could restore for our residents at
Yeah.
much lower cost than repaving and building new
Right.
roadway. And are they using that full facility, or would that be a potential solution for us having a staging area versus building a new building from scratch? Excellent suggestions.
Well, that back in March, when I spoke to these folks, the RV storage lot is something that obviously in resident conversation comes up a lot. And when I brought it up to these folks, trying to understand the history of it, why it went away, all of it, the background story. They kind of said, like, we're already on the road. Well, they couldn't give me a reason as to why. I obviously went back and reviewed minutes, but there was like no good reason other than the previous board wanted it gone. But they told me that the first step is already sort of completed since we've been issued an address for where that structure is supposed to go. And so restoring the RV lot might be more accessible now, or a lot more in our future now, considering we do have an actual physical address now that was approved by the county, is from what I understood from Joseph.
And that was Joe's idea, that let's pursue that. So.
Right,
if
so
management could-
my point is just, it sounds like we're on the road there. I think that these guys were supposed to also, when we spoke in March about that, you guys say you were gonna dig into that a little bit, so maybe for the next meeting. we can talk about it.
Let's get out of here before 11, okay? I do think you could, Teresa Kramer probably is the person with most firsthand knowledge of what the issues were there. So I suggest you reach out to her. We have a motion on the floor to adjourn.
We cannot go to the storage facility through the garden road. That's absolutely
Well,
off the table.
it's not impossible, it was expensive. It has
It's
to
not
be,
expensive, but I think that the gas company said no.
they won't let you do asphalt, it would have to be crushed rock, it would have to be a lot of crushed rock to be able to hold a fire truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, anyway.
All in
motion to
favor?
adjourn.
All in favor? Aye. Night, everybody, thank you.
10:15. I don't even know if I can. Or did you say it?